well. Okay, YouTube is live, Twitch is live in 27 minutes. We start the reveal and then Twitch drops also start, I think, I assume. You're at Twitch drops, right? Let me just check. Refund me back my 2K. What 2K? What are you talking about? Okay, you are kind of loud. I'm fine with it for now, but I will probably have to take you down a bit when I start. Mirage weapon effect. That's today, yeah. So there are going to be drops. It just starts in 30 minutes. All right, which means I should add drops to my stream title, as well as, bro, what? I accidentally clicked. Yo, don't do that during the stream. Don't do that. Oh, you meant 2K points, lol. I mean, you used it when I wasn't here, but you do make a fair point. I cannot refund. I don't know that I can refund. Let me see. Am I? No, I don't see anywhere where I would be able to. Nah, it doesn't show up as a request, so nothing I can do. But that being said, I can make it so. Refund me back. What 700k points? Are you a scam? Anywho, what are y'all's expectations for Mirage? I'm hoping we get new minion skills. I don't think since I started playing PoE, we've gotten iChat. Lol. Is there a way to do that without just going full screen? Yeah, it would only be going full screen, but what I can do is I can go to a different page. Or at least leaving it full screen for now. Action arrow by stream chat. Oh, that. Oh, okay. All right. My expectations for this league or this reveal is there's going to be some decent touch-ups to the end game. People have bitched about ground loot for so long that I think GGG will listen, or at least make a change to that effect. Do I think we'll get a crafting league? I don't think so. I suspect. Let me think of our history here. 3.26 was mercenaries, was an in-map mechanic. 27 in-map mechanic. Mirage will probably be a hybrid where there'll be out of map things and in-map things as well. more so than I think Breach was, because Breach was in map obviously, but like he also had the out of map tree action going on there. I think this would be more, there'll be more to do out of map in this one, but also still have stuff more so than like total with the coins. You have to do more than that, but I fully expect a banger reveal. I want to cope and say we'll get new minion skills, because I think since I started playing PoE, I don't think they've released a new minion skill. And I started in 3.20 Sanctum. Like, we've gotten transfigure gems, so in a way, if you want to look at those as new minion skills, sure, but like an actually new minion, I don't think we've gotten that since I started playing. What is the newest minion? Why is my caps lock on? Yeah, I don't see transfigure gems as being like a new minion, but it was like, you know, a slight shake up to how you build your characters. But like the very popular transfigure gems already had jewels that created those, like SRS of enormity. They already had like play styles that used it, but in a way those play styles were buffed by the use of transfigure gems. Yeah, it's probably only Sentinel of Radiance, because like that was Guardian rework. This doesn't show, but yeah, you're probably right about Sentinel of Radiance. And of course, with that same rework, we got the Aura minions, if you want, you know. But yeah. I think those are the only two minions we've gotten since then. So surely we're actually going to get new minions. I am also eating, or at least I will be eating once the reveal starts, so I will probably mute myself then, but still react as the reveals come. Surely they don't make me choke or whatever I've eaten, right? Having reveals so hype I end up choking. That's the goal. What does Ice Golem of Shattering do? Oh, Kamikaze, eh? Okay. Like, looking through everything here, I'm not seeing a single minion that was released after. I think one thing though, they did release Val Absolution after I started, I think. Val Absolution was after I started. And I think same for Val Dominating. So those technically would also classify as new minions as well. Yeah, these are the two most recent minions, I would say, in the form of gems. And I think they came out at the same time as Sentinel of Radiance, I think. Can't see anything else that is particularly new. But yeah, I'm hoping they do something as crazy as that. And on the lighter end, if I want to say non-minions, then we can just look at stuff like minion buffs, new minion playstyles. Oh, and I haven't been live in a bit, so you guys don't know this, but I have been trying to figure out what my off-meta build of this season is going to be, because I do enjoy playing off-meta stuff here and there. What the fuck is going on here? Why are you? Okay, that's a nice upgrade actually. Anyways, I got distracted by my spreadsheet. I opened it up and the shit freaking flash banged me, and I'm like, I know I have dark mode on my Google Sheets, so like, why the fuck is it flash banging me? So I had to figure that out. Anyways, what was I saying? Minions. Oh yes, other changes and what I have been thinking about. What I have been thinking about, and for my off meta build of the season, I know last 2 seasons it was Infernal Legion AG, and that was kind of fun. Didn't end up being defensively strong, was the only problem I had with that, but that was really strong. But that was a very, very nice to play build. And last season it was, well, I had 2 last season actually. I would say Syndicate Operatives was the off meta, and then I did 8 Dark Crows, which was also off meta, but I didn't like 8 Dark Crows all too much, mostly because clear wise it struggled until I got an Explode AG. Explode AG elevated the fuck out of that clear, so it became very comfy. However, the single target after that swap wasn't too great anymore, so it was one of those something's got to give situations, and I didn't like what gave. So for this league, I typically don't start thinking about it until like way later in the league, just because I just have an idea of like different minions I want to play with. But because I'm literally running out of minions that I haven't played, I started thinking about what I haven't played, and something specifically came to mind. And I mean, if you're looking at my screen, you can probably tell, but in this case it's probably going to be Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom. I've always liked RF Aura-ish, the concept of RF Aura, but I don't like RF. I know it's ironic. I would rather have a minion do the RF instead of me doing it, right? So with that being said, I will likely POB Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom. I don't think I would do it before league. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, depending on how much time we have. But it is something I want to POB. I have various ideas for like different ways I would like to scale it that could potentially make it competitive. And by competitive I mean competitive or off meta, not competitive with like Retro Filers. Don't think it's going to compete with Retro Filers. But basically that's I have various ideas that I want to try and different ways to scale damage. So we'll see how that goes. That'll probably be my build 2 or build 3. Build 1 obviously will likely be Retro Filer unless something today sparks my interest. Hint, GGG hint. Give me some good. Otherwise we leak star Retro Filers to update the guide and we go from there. What other minions have I been looking at besides Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom? I don't know if there's any other minion I've been like looking deeply into. Like there was one before, I just don't remember it anymore. I wish I did. I don't. I went full send into Chaos Golem and I just forgot what the second one was. Herald of Purity, that's the one. Okay, I remember now. Herald of Purity. What do I think about Herald of Purity? It would be interesting scaling Herald of Purity in a way where you have 3 minions doing all the damage and they do good damage alongside like your AG for the clear, and so we'll see how that goes. I really want to play, if I play Herald of Purity, I would really like to use Lycia Ascendancy. I would really love to. Oh wait, you know what? We should be running ads. I'm going to run ads so that we can postpone ads for a long time once the stream starts. So that's gonna be 3 minutes. Bear with me. This is a necessary evil from Twitch. So ads have gone. I think we might be able to run one more set before the stream starts, which would give us, how long of ad free time would that be? 2 hours, I hope. Maybe 3. No, we have 1 hour per 3 minutes we run or something like that. So that'll be 2 hours because we ran at the start of the stream. This is running. Hopefully we can run it because there's a cooldown. Hopefully we can run it like 10 minutes before the stream starts. Actually, hopefully before 10 minutes, because I don't want to be mid ads when it starts. So if it's too close, I'm just not going to do it. So let's hope. Because like once I do all of these, I'm going to turn off automatic ads because I know I'll turn off automatic ads, which means people will have ads coming in. But this delays that, or at least running ads now delays when people start getting ads, so we can actually get new viewers coming in without being bombarded by ads and all that. And as for stream plans for today, I will be live until patch notes, and I will go through them. Side note, I am very close to SS20 on Torchlight, and I'm hoping, or I should say I am determined to get it today. If I don't get it today, I'm getting it tomorrow, but I want to get it today. I won't say I hit damage cap today, because according to my calculations, I should be about 15 bill for 15 trill. I think I got to like 29 seconds before I started ticking, and this is within the room of error to where I might, maybe there was an unlucky run of attacks that led me to be below and I could be above, but that just means I'm not truly there yet. But like I'm at 14.9ish, 14.8 trill. So the goal is to get that. Even while I'm streaming, I sent a max shipment on King's March in Torchlight, so I should come log into money and be able to make some upgrades and then work on defenses and hopefully have an easier time killing the boss. So far I think I've gotten him to like half health, but it only gets tougher from there because there's some mechanics that just feel, I want to say unfair, but kind of unfair. But anyways, we'll see. I'm back to stream. We'll be live till after patch notes. I'll go through the relevant changes on patch notes depending on how I feel, and then depending on how much changes, if a lot change, like if they really shake things up, then I might be live I might resume streaming at my like previous cadence. Oh shit, I can run ads again instantly? No, I can't, Saj. I thought I could. So that they only ads for like right now it's an hour 33 minutes before ads will start again. If I did that, it would be 2 hours, which should basically cover the entire stream portion of the reveal. This one should cover a lot of the reveal, unless they have a banger for us, in which case it won't. So like, let's see. Anywho, well, what else was I saying? If there are many changes and I have to POB a lot, I will start going live again with my regular stream schedule. If not, then I will go back to not streaming until like next Monday, next Tuesday, and in that time I'll try to get some YouTube videos out, just to make sure I get those videos out, because I do want them out sooner rather than later. So we'll see how it all goes. Either way, I'm going to be trying to get videos out, but the question is, will I be streaming in between? Is the ultimate question in this case. Though I guess I also can't really stream tomorrow either. So even if there's a lot to do, I'd be starting to stream on Saturday. So there's also that, because I have some work stuff to do after closing time, which would mean if I were to stream, I might have to leave you guys to work, and nobody wants to be staring at nothing while I do that for like an hour or something. So less than 7 minutes. Now, are we gonna get on that chance to add before the time? Anywho, I should leave a message on YouTube to also remember that there will be Twitch drops. So I need to go, actually need to do that. Where to get your Twitch drops? And then I pinned that there. So anybody on YouTube, remember there are Twitch drops, so you 100% do not want to miss. I actually haven't seen the Twitch drops. Let me see if they've announced it. They did. Bruh. Wrong browser. All right. We'll take you down. Jesus, you're loud. Holy, what the fuck? Why does the quality look like it's just ass? The fuck? All right, there we go. Oh, that is cool. It's cool zoomed in. I feel like we wouldn't notice the mirages. We do notice the one on the shield though, so there's that. I feel like it looks worse on PoE too. Is it just me? Why does this spear have a chain? Is that a new weapon? And surely not, right? I feel like I haven't seen spears with chains, but I also haven't messed too much around with spears. Okay, we can do odds again. All right, so we have more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to start that now, and then we'll be able to go the entire stream plus without ads. So again, bear with me. Apologize that we have to do this, but Twitch demands that someone has to see ads, and if we do not play them now, then people will see it on the way in, or they might interrupt the interview. So if we can delay that, that'd be perfect. Speaking of, let me just refresh this to make sure I am not delayed. I don't think I should be. Oh wait, there are ads coming in, aren't there? God damn it. I mean, it's fine. you can't completely avoid ads on this platform. You really just can't. So yeah, I don't think I'm delayed. So we should be very back by the time our ads are done. Ooh, that's cold. 60k viewers and we haven't even started yet. Surely you don't disappoint us, right? I don't know if I have high expectations. I think I have relatively high expectations. 1 minute. All right. I don't want to yap. I don't want to start any actual yapping session because, like, I know myself. If I start talking about any of my why Chaos Golem or the Maelstrom or whatever else I could talk about, this time I will finish. So we are going to start eating so that for the longer part of the stream, I'll be able to actually stay unmuted. Of course, you all will still hear me. I just don't want to hear you all to hear me eat currently. All right, Twitch ads are done. And we have 30 seconds to spare. Now I'm going to turn off any sort of ads. Where's ad manager? Okay, it's off, but we still should not have ads for 2 hours 30 maybe.
Hi, I'm
Holy.
Rogers from Grinding Gear Games.
Go up.
Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of
His hair is longer.
Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th.
Dude has been living the life.
Are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now, first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Afarod assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
Players in Mirage House so later. This is quite loud. This is actually quite loud.
An ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
Holy. What? Okay. Fractured Atlas. Reliquary and Ascendancy. That's going to be a Scion. And a new bloodline, it looks like. Alright. Alright, it's a banger so far. Banger so far, that's for sure.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match.
Holy.
After that, we want to talk about the slew of new
My first Atlas rework
supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Ufarood's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a Mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are
Portal and Wisdom Scrolls
that
drop
will
as
apply to
other
the Mirage
currencies.
area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all Portal and Wisdom Scrolls in the Mirage
Holy.
to instead drop as other
Imagine you get Blight in there or something.
or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the Wish for Avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage,
Wish for Godhood.
such as the Wish for Souls or the Wish for Godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn,
Runan,
or Water Jinn.
Navari,
Depending
and
on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage
Kalari.
will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used
Corrupt
on
to
a max
level
skill
20.
gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used. Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Dude, imagine
That's
the
one of
potential
rewards.
there.
But let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
For you.
That's just
Once
an
you've
extra
made your
link,
choice of
period.
wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarood may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast.
So they have the
And it will
mechanics
copy
again.
almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn.
Like I said, imagine you get Blight in
Mirages
there.
created from an in-game map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again.
That is just insane.
Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively,
Imagine having to
you get
deal
a
with
portion of your map
breach
to play a
walls
second time.
twice.
And everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a Legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage.
Ufarood
For
monsters.
example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new sinistral, or dextral catalysts. These
Enhances
catalyze jewelry with
suffixes.
increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here.
Oh my god.
Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass.
That is some power creep when
Powerful
you think
magical
of
device your
simplexes
Kalgurin friends
and
can
focus
mine
armies.
in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarud enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
Oh,
As a quick note, Imprisoned Jinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages, so you don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Jinn. So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding.
I actually really like this one. I actually
Now,
really
of
like the
course,
campaign changes
If you're
there.
traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarud are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh
Without this
blade
weapon,
that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufarud to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart, its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder,
ignites.
the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area.
Fulcrum, but
If you
better.
meddle with the affairs of the Ufarud for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new in-game boss.
What build are you playing this in
Suresh
Mirage patch?
of the
I'm not
Weeping
yet
Blight.
sure. I'll make a decision
Suresh also has a set of powerful,
soon.
exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him.
While affected by no
That's
flasks.
the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves.
Surely new minions, right? They are
We're also
necromancers were
introducing some
fighting.
supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky.
So cool. Yeah.
If
I
this hits an enemy,
refuse.
an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth.
That's actually
Extending a
cool.
power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment.
This is good. This is actually insane for slammers. Holy.
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves.
New
whenever you
minions.
do.
I don't like it about
holy
new
armaments
minions.
will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of holy sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places.
Inflicts Halloween
such as
Flame
unique
on
items,
consecrated ground.
cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy.
Wait,
class.
what? You can inflict +1 on melee hits.
We also have another batch of new
I'm
transfigured
gonna need to see that
gems,
later. I'm gonna need to see that
with many of
later.
these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own.
That's hilarious.
You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
Holy minion build log
Speaking of the
in.
patch
Log the
notes,
fuck in.
As always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance
I'll have to
adjustments to
see-
a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree,
That's good.
and
That's good.
various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike,
Holy Relic of Conviction.
Holy Flame Totem,
Holy Flame
and
buff.
Dominating Blow.
Surely this is a dumb blow league, right?
We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes. This time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For those that have played the Legacy of Freesia events, this class will seem familiar.
Top 40 minion.
The Reliquarian is a learned scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout
Scavenger.
Rainforest. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or
Holy.
instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your
You can have a Widow Hill beside a Widow Hill?
Glance's Teaching, which causes your
Oh my-
minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the
Holy
Reliquarian has
shit.
more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change.
Oh, that's
If you
cool.
don't like what she offers this expansion,
Oh, that's actually
hopefully
cool.
she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one.
I like
Time
that.
to move on to the end game.
Hard to build a stable build around
With
it though.
this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the end game, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story. How she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas.
Remove
Zana's
ground loop
recent actions have
completely.
now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely.
Okay.
To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps.
Okay.
The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your
Holy.
map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
What the fuck? That's, I don't know how I feel.
That
It's kind
Mesa
of
may
fine.
drop a Tier 11 map.
Kind
You
of
can then
fine. I don't
immediately
mind.
return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or
Okay.
choose
Okay.
a new map to use it on. It's
Okay.
your choice.
I don't mind that. You're not locked into the tier that it spawned as.
This
I'm
is
fine
one
with
of the
that.
many benefits to this change. Which is
But
that
now
if
you
you're
start in the
type of player
middle.
who enjoys chaining the
Holy.
same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this
Well, that
would have
is
required
cool.
having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of
They're
trading.
about to make map drops so much
You'll
rarer.
also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed.
Yeah, now we
If
start
you
in the
haven't played
middle.
in a while, here's a look at it before and after.
We start
You
here.
will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 Voidstone slots.
You also 100 map set
In
of
addition,
115.
All content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal
Exactly.
the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete all
Syndicate
Grandmasters
operatives?
every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them.
Okay.
Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before.
Nightmare maps.
Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery: arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions.
Okay.
For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter.
So that's...
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you
Okay.
progress through the shaped region,
Oh,
maps
that
you
is
run will become
that is
more
insane.
and more intense.
They really don't want you to farm
With
the
the
same
relevant
map.
mechanic getting more and more juice.
What the? Okay.
Finally,
Oh, fuck,
at the
okay.
end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items.
Holy divine.
This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps.
Mm-hmm.
But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that.
Ooh, that's
With all the new
cool.
in-game changes,
Oh, that is
we thought it would
nice.
be
That is
also good
smart.
To mention some handy tips and tricks.
That
for
is
quickly
fucking
navigating the new
smart.
Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map. So running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
GG.
That's the core of the new in-game. But
Dude,
there's a
these shit
lot
is
more in-game
insane.
changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end,
Yeah, you probably need a
we've
pretty
made
tanky
number of
build.
changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment.
Okay.
We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
So where do we get quality? I saw
Voidstones now
quality
grant
there.
special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section.
Holy.
T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed.
Oh,
Bosses have
big,
been
big,
kept
big,
around,
big, big,
and
big.
they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically.
WGGG, what the fuck?
Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However,
Huge.
some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads.
Okay.
Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure.
Thank
Added
you.
new scarabs, such
That's
as
nice.
this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those
Oh,
of you
wow.
looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, The Anarchy Scarab
Exceptional
of the
Rogue
will place
Exile.
a true antagonist level Rogue Exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine.
Jesus
this Exile
Christ.
is not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map.
How many boss? Yeah.
On top of that,
just put all the
we've
boss,
made
my G.
improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members
Fractured
to
Build
have a
Modifier.
Fractured Veiled mod.
Oh.
Check out the new The Paths Not Taken Keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping.
Please.
Such as, we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops.
Yes! I
wonder
wanted
what
this
this
for so
new port
fucking
will send
long.
back. Ports will now give more rewards for favored resources. And you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after.
Wait,
Specific
what?
ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want.
Okay. Okay.
Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which
3 rage
causes
when
to
you use
gain
a
rage
life
on
flask.
using a life flask.
That's
And
okay.
the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to
Oh.
also grant life regeneration.
Oh, that's
We
nice.
mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone.
Oh, that is
enabling
really
access
good,
to
actually.
Exceptional supports. So let's get
I
into
see
that,
that's
as there's a
it.
decent amount to
I
cover.
love King's March.
After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new exceptional
Nightmare
support
map.
gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed
Okay.
to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals
Okay.
here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes.
Greater Flicker
Exceptional
supports.
will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover,
Holy.
adding additional enticing drops to bosses
Chain,
that may
fork,
otherwise have felt not as
buster
worthwhile to
attacks.
run,
I saw
giving
Unleash.
players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance,
Hex
from the
Toad.
King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the
Holy.
Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage.
I don't like the Azure approach.
Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing
This is
Archmage
insane.
support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many more for you to discover.
Oh, that's
Keepers of the
nice.
Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles.
Yeah.
Meaning
Oh.
that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and hive
Wretched Defiler
encounters will
buff.
now be destroyed by any damage.
Where's your file above? All those
But we also
projectiles
wanted to
finally
make
have
sure
a
we reduce
use.
The visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller.
All right.
To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls.
Actually,
For those
wouldn't
who
mind
don't want
that
to
as
deal
a
with the walls
breach.
at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or
Ooh.
unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb
I
gets
hate you,
slotted
GG.
already
I
usable by
hate to
default,
make me
and
a-
access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support,
The
you
fact
can
that they've
have
been showing this
multiple
build
unstable
so
breach
much.
encounters active in a single
What
area
is
for
happening
maximum
here?
ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas Notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps.
Okay.
The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent waves.
Holy shit.
Graft items
That would
will no
actually be
longer
dope.
exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports,
Okay.
such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill.
It that cross is still in the
And
game.
the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From
This
the
is
new
this
bosses
is
in the
really
Bloodline,
nice.
through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future.
All right. All right.
That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a
Yes.
new in-game system,
Yes, it fucking
several new
was. What
reward
the
types,
fuck?
new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization.
What the
in
fuck was
endgame.
this reveal?
However,
And we're not
an
done.
important
Are
part
we?
of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now.
And they are still.
You can now favorite
We know about
trades
these
on the
ones.
currency exchange. This consists of selecting
Very
two
big,
currencies
buddy.
that you
Very
want to be able to
nice.
trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data.
Oh man.
A further improvement to the currency exchange
keep
is the
outdoing
ability
themselves.
to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open.
They just keep
when
outdoing
trading in
themselves.
a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming
These are
there's
all
enough
really
free
good.
space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item. When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow.
I feel like
if
I'll
you've
still
got
forget
significant
rituals even with
unspent
this
tribute in an area, and
change.
all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the top
What
of the
is that
ritual,
amulet at the
you
top
can
left?
now
Was that a
click use
talisman or
vessels on
what?
completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine surrounded by enemies and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience.
This is also going to be
and
fun.
3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms,
The meta
side
shakeup we've been
passages,
asking for.
chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain.
So I guess I'm going to league start
Next up,
settlers.
we're going to be
There's no
talking
two ways about it
new
anymore.
supporter packs.
That is
Today,
my first
we're
strat.
launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron
Oh?
Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points,
Tahoa's felling
alongside several
hammer.
exclusive
Or
microtransactions.
mace rather.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's
I think
power
I'm
or
definitely getting
progression
the supporter
in
pack, and I
any
don't
way.
think there's really AD
The
beats
Curator
anymore.
of Wisdom
Like it's
series of
happening.
supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions.
It's gonna happen.
The Traveling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity.
Oh,
Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom Unique Finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold
makes
more
you
than
look
just
like
knowledge. They also
fucking
hold power.
Gandalf or
As you
something.
cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can
Oh,
fold
I
into
love
a
that.
fox, and then even burn away, reforming into a flying bird.
Oh, I love that.
This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals, jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders.
It's fucking
Constantly moving through a
kind of
boundless
spooks me.
desert.
What the fuck? I wasn't expecting that.
The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
This
The
is
Incarcerator's Restraints back
Doriani's
attachment
people.
features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device.
Why does his
using
head
the
look big?
chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the
Iron fucking Maiden
Maiden
portal.
to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster.
I feel like
You can
I
choose to
want
plan
that so
an
much.
execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard.
Oh, I
which
wasn't
is
about to do
displayed
that.
for all that
I wasn't
delve
about to
into
do
your
that. Okay, never mind.
Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2.
6
Thank you
sacrifices
so
so
much
far.
for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage.
Dude, that
at
was
11 a.m. New Zealand time, 2 p.m. Pacific.
That's in 2
With release
hours,
at the end
give
of
or
next
take.
week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
Dude, that
Keep an eye
was
on the news.
that was so packed. What the fuck? There was so much there. There was so freaking much. I'm just like, where do I even begin? Is it the support gems? Is it the fact that you can now corrupt your item with extra support gems? Like, oh, this is going to be a banger league. What the fuck? The Atlas rework? There is so much. I know I had high expectations, but Jesus. I wasn't expecting to be blown out of the water by this much. What the fuck? All right, I'll be right back. Hopefully before this Q&A, never mind, it started. I'm here.
Joined by game director Mark Roberts.
Sound is awkward.
Designer Octavian to do our Q&A post live stream discussion for an hour, 2 hour, 3 hours. We'll see.
Anyone talking about sound?
Especially with us discussing things like ground loot, endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
I walked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah, that's good. Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And what brings you here with us today?
I feel like it is my first time seeing Octavia.
He's the one who said I should. No, I mean, I've been doing a lot.
Wanna skip the Gidia, go straight to the notes. I mean, we're not getting the notes for 2 hours.
Between PoE1 and PoE2 have
Like, it'll be a
become
bit.
more distinctly split as of late.
Can you make them a tad louder?
Some people
Sure.
go back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE1 at the moment.
Is that good?
And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. It's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every.
I don't even know where to begin when talking about this thing.
It's a pretty exciting thing for PoE1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. And there's been some growing pains. We had our whole team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time?
I'm going to need to rewatch it because I don't remember half of the things that they said, and they were all insane.
Next time or in the future, we were thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch.
We need a longer couch.
We'll figure that out. But yeah, with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that X Factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And it's this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, where Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so, a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got. And obviously, I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job. And so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting. And it's bloody cool. While also makes things easier for me, I'm way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing. And I mean, it's just an all-round win. And first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the content.
He's wearing his ExileCon shirt, or maybe his last ExileCon shirt.
For sure. If you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing. Like, I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest, you know, and good. It's good. And obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions. And yeah, you know, I'm sure hopefully you are too. Yeah.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff when I've been talking to him. Like, yeah, you're doing a good job. This is good content.
No, it's a big
These are
deal.
good changes.
This is wild.
Yeah, killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff.
Wait, so how do
But I love
tier
that you
17s
guys
are
have
still
that
nightmare
journey
maps?
as well. Like, and
I wonder what's the
and,
difference
everything
now.
as well, right? Like, it's players become QA, become game, like designers become like producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. Like it's like the game is in the hands of the players, right? Like,
Yeah, kind of.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, I mean, I still, you know, play every expansion for, you know, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. You know, I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for like 4 and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded, you know. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me like, do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah, the loot. There's not much loot on the ground down here, is there?
I don't see anything.
Here's
And
the
nothing's
loot.
making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like, I was trying to find where, for me, the idea of where some of these things trace back to. And for me, it was actually like Legion, like farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map and so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And, I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And now, obviously, these things can take time, but I mean, we'll immediately just to get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is, what are you doing about it? So let's get to that straight away, which is, at least for now, given that we have, a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But, yeah, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing, instead of, there might be some terminology here I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is
Here's
from
number
like,
one. From core drops, as we call
drops,
it. Yeah. Not windows, not tile loot, whatever all the terminology is.
Doubling currency drop.
By consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct. As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionately.
Yeah,
in
just
their
like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing? We're going to do a bit of a pass on like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. You know, when you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. It didn't hit the mark. We're just reassessing that since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also trying. We're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
Oh yeah, that's already been done.
There you go.
Nice.
Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
It has yes. So it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a groove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point,
whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess.
And they just manually put it.
The way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit.
Fracturing
more
orbs are part of the core drop pool?
Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. Okay, when I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by end game, you don't need.
Did he misspeak, or did he actually mean?
Look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flow to this, always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works.
Window loot sucks.
You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something, These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem, don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those, but sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that, ground drops suck, which, as I said, I agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. And so we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's like a lot of white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort of in a way. So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this like massive
that's good
rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
I mean, double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know.
There's a difference between like economic changes
it's definitely
and things that you
I
feel,
agree. It's
yeah.
definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, you know, there's that juice up here and there's that, like, here's just your base map, and there's a bit of an expectation that, you know, you should be able to just go in, clear the map and come out with more, and I generally agree with that. I would say that, you know, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that, and so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly, because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. You know, there's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite.
It's going to be interesting if it changes a lot for minions, because I always have issues in the end game with them.
Down the line, and it just goes and goes, and again. So for right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced. Because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is. You know, often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that, once multiplied by every single league thing, ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, yeah, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might, you know, overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, you know. It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean,
like there's going to be.
To be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, 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 calm down. And I was like, all right.
There's going to be so much difference in what an end game build is going to look like this season versus last season.
And then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But if it isn't solved, then
send me this.
So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can be can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one.
50% more currency found.
For sure.
Review. I think it'd be good if you can get, like, you know, for the Alk and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design.
Okay. Don't be
right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere, and maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale.
No, let's leave it like this.
Have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both.
I just wanted to pause.
It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. And or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
we do.
You know,
yeah, 100%.
Base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest, like, you know, Alice passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. You know, like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where, like, we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it
this is
in the next
obviously
week.
like this is like another league situation here. But I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah, we do.
Dude, stop it.
natural
I'm looking.
inhabitants
Stop
is
it.
what we currently call them. Yes.
All right.
We do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
Yeah,
But then
something
you also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know? So again, a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden it's like, no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
I mean, some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example. Like,
100%, yes.
if that was in now, Mirage would work really well. It'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-loot tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, you know. But we're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for.
I really want to look through that page,
change,
Heliox.
that's
I
good.
really.
Yeah, sure.
But Twitch
I
is.
said even to you this morning,
You know
it's
what?
like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things.
Let's do
and, like, you know,
this.
just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't, and
This
so we'll
works.
just keep doing it. But
I mean, you guys
no,
can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our
Isn't
major
this
headliners,
insane?
what are our minor
For Bleed?
headliners, and
I
so
usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems? What are the things we want to achieve, not? And so, you know,
The hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring
yeah,
that
but
up.
now
I'm
you
like,
have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my question is ready for that topic. We'll but wait a lot on that one, though. Something that on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a
Suspend
specific drop
time.
at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's, I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah,
Get a
those are
60
the things
bomb
you
when you
remember,
reveal is a
like,
good thing.
I
Yes, it
remember the
is.
time I saw like you know they all got changed.
This-
into
this 60
currency, they all got
stream
changed into maps or some weird.
Re-
fun thing.
reveal
was
as
another
well.
Big topic yesterday.
How you doing, Liz?
Because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments.
Yeah.
Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type
Yeah.
of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a
Yeah.
bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. So this is what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied.
Okay.
You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So
And it's important that there's a variety of them too.
What?
That's the fundamental
That is
challenge of a
insane.
loot-based video game is getting players to care about the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And, like,
Holy.
that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play.
Yeah.
And like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink
That's a
that
good
might
point.
occur
Oh, yeah.
in the form
Juicy.
of the fracture orb.
I'm not
Yeah, but we
picking it
want
up in
more
splinter form.
gigatinks.
Yes, we know that is certainly not the
Giga
extent of it.
tinks.
It's
You want the
just-
thing where there's like 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
And
this.
just like, yeah, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before. And
that's
is,
one of my
like,
favorite, like,
up to
if,
10,000 hours or whatever.
if we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game, that was one of my favorite things as a player, chasing those weird niches to try and find some, strange corner of the economy.
I feel like
that
I'm
could
going to
leverage.
use this.
And I want to add more of that.
Right, yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion,
Yeah,
kind of
but
weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
Map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like
in
that.
theory, you do it on both.
You haven't done the
Distinct
reveal
pools
yet?
on
Oh, they
each.
have.
Who
We're-
knows?
we finished the
But
reveal
then
video.
you don't want to create an
That is
environment where the
insane.
map boss is only so rewarding that you just run, kill the map boss and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
So you
All
touched
right.
on
Let me
King's
know what you
March.
think. Shit
there's,
is,
King's March is like a big kind of like
It's packed.
grouping of the same
Let's see.
issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense. That like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that. But I think over time, it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores. Exactly.
chore.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because
Yeah.
you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game
All
as
right,
well.
we
So,
finished that.
with all the
I think
different
this is
leagues.
a hit
But
a lot of people are willing to take. It's
yeah.
like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something that it's like, technically it's optional. You don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
yeah, it's not
So
really.
obviously
It's not really though, is it?
optional, right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because when you could just grow crops with
Wait, who
nothing
was
but
who was
money,
that speaking?
then it doesn't really feel
not
optional,
optional.
right?
I don't see it on
It's gold, whatever
GGG.
you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked up from someone.
Here.
I
No, this isn't it,
It's
actually.
like, someone's like, oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them. I'm like, oh, that's just tragic, isn't it? It's not really where you want to be.
So now, and what you need to figure out is, does the double
It's not here
currency
yet.
double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
yeah, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably
It doesn't.
part
It's
of
not.
the
It's not live
solution
yet.
there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty.
You know what you
extreme
can do
love-hate
if you
relationship
want?
going on with everyone. Like this.
Yeah, like
it's
I
very-
like it. Honestly,
Click
I enjoy
this.
and getting my shipments, but it is. I do see the
Click this.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully this changes. Help.
Click this.
There's obviously more we can
And I
do
think that gives
in due
you
time, but,
A bar you can
also don't
take
wanna
back,
away the
and
thing
you can
a lot
use
of
that to
people do like.
rewind.
And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
Yeah.
I've said it from launch. It doesn't make sense that the thing you have to actively do did not give you the currency.
Change the port stuff you've done is because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific. Because it was
I do like the idea of the ports.
You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there. But now
We get to that tier line level of
maybe a
shit.
little bit of strategy there.
It is wild how much they change in
we'll
this
see how
one
it
patch.
plays out. I'm sure players will develop something
Fucking
about it.
insane
I think one thing
reworks.
that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain
favorite
resource.
I think that was
resources.
shown,
Yeah,
You can re-roll them
that has much more of an impact than it once did
Yeah.
on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing. So hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that
So like
is the
even
case
even
now.
if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the the point of the boss, and
It
devalues
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
you had
But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
yeah. So is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
I feel like that would.
didn't we do that at some point? I
I
swear.
feel like it.
Thought we had.
Don't we have the
Ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it's
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just I guess it didn't. happen, or-
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
too
like
many
unsure,
changes.
but then
I'm
it
like,
was like-
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
Yeah, that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me. So I was like, I thought you guys.
The
had addressed
perils
that,
of
but no.
continual development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't
That's probably PoE2 or
we didn't
something.
want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
That
That's
question was
probably
sent to me by
PoE2.
Joseph, So I was like, I'm going to take their word from that one and say.
I feel like that's probably PoE2.
Maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there.
Because
I'm gonna
PoE2
go
has
look at
very
it after
valuable
this.
reliquary keys, and there are
like-
multiple reliquary keys in
I'm free-
PoE2.
the
Some
deja
are
vu is
very
real right
valuable,
now.
some are
We'll
not.
reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore, so that might be long-term memory at this point, but all good.
The final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that just ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they aren't. They're either very
Yeah, bad.
rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, it can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious. First, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The memory.
Memory strands are a technically more granular version of that,
Okay.
which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure, and so we're now trying to make it better. But and I understand that that's like they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either. That it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is like just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another, and you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, like, we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like.
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Whoa, man.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Calm down.
He's not wrong.
No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped and then kind of stop. There's something kind of a bit weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just for rares to kind of be like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items and they'll drop a few of them. And like that sort of thing, it is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious to see what that would look like.
There's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is. And
I wonder if over the years this has become more complicated than it has to be. Like every single time they talk about drops and rarity in PoE2 and all these other things,
as much as possible.
I understand.
And a lot of these things are really hard to
I understand a very complex system is needed to get the loot system that we know and love in PoE. But like, is it possible you guys have gone a bit too far in the complicated end?
Systems just down the drain. So like, if we
is that possible?
That's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah,
but that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it, and that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that.
As you move up tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something, those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
Yeah, you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
we'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence recombinated stuff, like Path of Exile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea if nothing else?
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, trying to make more, like more meaningful tinks, I guess. Yeah. Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is like one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
That you want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy. Yeah. Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then all the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky for sure. And
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics that's what you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah, well I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect, I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%.
like, yeah, I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen maybe level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique.
Let me see if this is up yet.
That's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example,
still
I guess,
not up.
On the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency that can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel.
Wait,
so
what?
you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel.
Cool.
You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it, and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both on the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a
That
brand
is
notable
wild.
along with
What
your
the
block notable
fuck?
or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the
So
currency.
you can, like, add a modifier and then change it to a
What
new
the
one, add a modifier.
fuck?
I want to modify from these
That
two
is
types and into
that is
this type.
If
insane.
you're the luckiest man on earth, yeah.
Crazy.
But how cool
Wait,
is that?
what?
That is
I love
wild.
that.
What did he say?
I'm excited about that.
So the TLDR is
Basically, like,
the Mirage currency from Delirium, as an example. One of these currencies that we see here
back in time and have this
is
mechanic.
Designing crazy is
with
easy. No, it's not.
with that currency, you can reroll cluster jewels,
For sure.
as an example. And what this effectively means is you can roll a modifier on a cluster jewel. Let's say Minion cluster jewel. You've gotten your
Content in the game.
Very initial goal.
for lack of a better, primordial bond. So you have golden buff effect, let's say,
Some of my favorite designs for
or whatever, right? You fracture that, and then you use the currency to reroll from Minion to Minion while affected by Herald. So now you can use that on the Herald support gem and get the benefits of that, and vice versa. Like you can go from like a reservation cluster and then switch up to like a life cluster eventually or something. Does that make sense? Like it opens up quite a bit of weird juicing, and I think that is very, very cool.
League, and it almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
The epic thing of
before.
it was a thing where like this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated
Like as
area.
an
It's
example,
like,
let's
I don't really
see.
care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirage is spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that
Ruckus
anymore. Yeah.
League.
And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think it's, I mean, I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes.
Why does his mic do that?
At the end game, because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll, you know, give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you, you know, a unique weapon or
Stuff you need.
something like that. You know, things that are really useful
So,
in the campaign.
for
Even later in the
example,
campaign, there's one that'll give you a
Helix.
5 link.
You see how this is a flask
And then
effect
those will
duration
fall away as you get
cluster?
to the end game.
You can roll
So
something like Spike
when they're not
Concoction
really
that gives you
relevant.
Alchemist Genius, which is just increased flash
Normally I
charges
like
gained.
always
Let's say you were using
incredibly
some
even if I'm getting
Flask
level.
Minion
This is
build,
one where I think, like,
right?
it's to the point, it's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones.
Tides of
and
Time.
This is my
You
advice. Do the
fracture
really
this,
cool-looking
and then you
Mirages that have,
switch
like,
the
one
base to
extra
Minion
mechanics
Live,
and leave the other
and now
ones,
you can
yeah,
get
just, like, you'll be able to take it all even if you're
renewal
playing
with it,
normally
or
against
life
the
from
normal-
death,
Check the
and
mechanics,
still get
check the
Minion
wish,
modifiers alongside
do it or
that.
move on.
Yeah,
That's an example of how the currency can be used.
A detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Does that make sense?
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the
Yeah,
one
that
you've
is
recreated,
huge.
does have a lot of extra, you know, monsters from the Alpha Root, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive. So
Like
they don't.
here's
don't
a
displace
big
existing
use case
monsters or anything like
already,
that, which does mean
just
that
off the top
even
of
if
my
you
head.
never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing
If you
more stuff
really
in the
wanted
campaign than you
to-
would otherwise. Like,
yeah.
there's
There's
just
a lot of
extra
monsters
monsters.
there.
Oh, how you were so
You can have a war cry on left click, right?
Yeah, I think I've
That means your war cry would proc off cooldown whenever. You can also go for this cluster jewel,
Mirage looks pretty tempting.
medium,
There's a
and you can go
there's a bunch of kinda cool
for
stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of
exerted attacks.
the way the Mirage's area is
When you war
generated.
cry, you and allies gain onslaughts. you fracture this and you go to a
when you
Minion
have a
base.
circle, you got a circle,
And then
right?
now that left
so
click
in
war cry is
claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle is
this,
an unwalkable
but it's still
space.
giving you all the
The way
Minion
that the
benefits that
area
come with the
of Mirage
cluster.
generates is it flood fills
As an
walkable
example, that's
space
actually
until it
very, very
occupies
decent
an outer
example
space,
there.
Clever.
which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Wow, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit. And I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, nope, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, you know, not as crazy, you know.
Gonna see if anyone builds something
by
big,
doing
else
it
I'm
in
gonna
your
try
passion, holding
KBOC
us
first,
accountable,
and then
ourselves
raw
accountable to
range
doing
and
it,
make weapons
are
or
we
change
then
the
often
command.
Get like, well, hold on.
It's not a
what
bad
would we be
plan.
doing next
If you
layer
really
full of
want to
new
play
content
KBOC,
and-
Very
go
wide
for it.
thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel like
100%.
I've noticed that at least that mandate to like do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah,
it's like,
Another really
you're looking
minor
for them now.
Another really minor thing is the mini map in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to
Yeah.
go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yep.
It's just like little things like that.
It is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you know,
You go in and if you know where everything is on your
wouldn't
actual
get
map.
lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But you know,
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
bit of true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore?
I just want to be competitive with my friends.
Funny weird mechanic in the campaign.
You mean
too,
in
because,
terms
like,
of
quite often
juicing
you're like,
content,
it's onto the
or
boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously
It
just kind
works.
of worked.
Yeah, it just
Which
works. And it's
made
like,
me feel
that's
really,
weird. I like
really
it. It's
suspicious.
so
Like
weird.
there's some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this
I
point.
have
It just
been-
kind of works.
I've intentionally,
we'll
I've
see.
been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Peyote in here and get the thing?
I mean,
It's like,
it
oh,
has
okay,
had
just-
some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, and
no.
that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing
Mm.
out pretty well. High level of polish.
I mean, minions have
That's good.
a ceiling.
The team division
but-
is working well there.
Yeah,
If you want a
'cause
very
we,
specialized
having
wave clear
ultimately
build,
Octavian
you can
and Andrew
compete
focused
on wave
Carry
clear.
One,
It just won't be the same
entirely
single
for the whole
targets,
span,
if that makes sense. You have to something has to
we'll
give.
obviously all discuss. I loved our generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they just run until we we look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
The sun is rising.
yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
Awesome.
and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But you got the two games, especially it like, can be a bit hard. Like where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds when especially with passion projects, because
That camera movement was kind of
especially as a
weird.
designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know.
Last time I tried to read anime was double on the right click finger.
Part of that. So you
I'm
have
not
to also
I'm
be
not
able
a
to
fan
kind
of anime
separate
weapons
yourself
since I
and
played it
go,
one like in
I'm
Dream
just gonna acknowledge
Settlers.
I don't know what's
I
going
don't
on.
like
When I see
the
live stream for the other
re-summoning
game,
things.
I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff, and so
That's one of the benefits of it.
it is a bit. That's
I get to
true,
go
actually.
into PoE2 releases with next to
Visual
no idea.
Arthas
It's like,
is
oh, cool.
pretty decent
I
quality
get to
of
be
life,
in the player
but
base getting the
it's
exciting
still
reveal again.
That being
clicking
said, sitting amongst the
the.
other designers, we're all still in a collective. And,
You still have to
all
click
everyone can
the
hear
actual
what
anime weapon as much as
you
before.
still hear stuff, and people will still
I
ask
agree.
questions about
I'm not a
things
fan
that
of
they've
it.
worked on before, so-
It was so bad that when I played it, I went on leash.
Mirage, but, I know we
Like
talked
on
about,
leash
some
support, 'cause
stuff in
I
the
just
campaign,
couldn't-
but
I couldn't be
also give you
asked.
an opportunity to talk about that cool in-game thing with you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which end-game thing with the boss?
The whole map is a mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss. and it will
What
cause
is-
it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. You know, like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging.
Oh,
But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get
Holy.
2 map for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
the reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
That is insane.
I was gonna ask actually.
Oh, Mirage farming strats are going to be insane.
The mechanics, and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you like make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding? There, like you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes.
Okay, which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of
Well,
that one yet.
it's
Pretty wild.
at odds with corruption. Just to
Yes,
explain how some of this works. So it
that's
corrupts
true.
the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, you know, as gems do. Because, you know, adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. You know, and so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. You know, if you could do
it
both,
gets to
it's a
compete against
bit
the plus on
excessive.
power a little bit.
Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those,
That's,
and also can
good.
only roll in the color of the coin. So if
Okay.
you're using a red coin,
you
you
get
get a
some-
red support that works for that skill.
You have
Yes,
some
you're
influence over it
you're
there.
not going to get like faster casting on a,
Oh, that's good.
on a double strike or something.
You know,
Yeah.
brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike, so you could get that, which
I'm
isn't
bricked.
particularly
Don't
good.
use the red one on there, probably.
Well, you know, LE
could-
damage of the
could
tax
risk
is
it.
also red
That's
and can go in
true,
Wild Strike.
multi-strike,
So, or sorry, is LE damage of the tax the modern name?
Ed West, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's-
But regardless, like there are, you know, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
okay, all right.
The good thing about this corruption
mix of
system
the-
is you can actually just buy a bunch of level 1 gems, quality them up, and throw it and see.
It's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver gin caches and gold gin caches and.
That's all points. So
cool.
when you're in a Mirage,
Those are juicy.
there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah.
I saw one of those Mirage modifiers that said when you break the chains,
and as you were mentioning,
you
it could
drop
leave it
a stack, you
as
drop
multiplying other leagues,
stack
you know,
decks or
and
something
obviously
along
it has
those
its own
lines.
thing, and even
So there are going to be
a
some
cool
interesting
storyline
modifiers
that's
that
grounded, and it's got
will spawn with Mirage.
obviously a boss, which is awesome as well. But it's got the thing where how cool
head
how
out.
cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man.
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
Turn my spine.
Yeah, that is
I don't need this.
that is insane design.
I'm gonna.
Who can?
I love
I don't wanna
that
spoil
that
this, but a tiny
something.
minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it,
Oh look, Litz, it's up.
and he gives like lore.
Obviously.
The reveal is up.
Goes without saying.
But yeah, even then it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity, I get it. But it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did
high
it.
effort.
Like, yeah.
Good on you.
Remember to claim your Mirage weapon
I would wanna do
effects,
more
guys.
if I had more time.
Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? You're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors. it
Kind of
seems.
is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when.
Mercenaries.
It requires more work to re-add than you might think. And it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I guess it's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it, really. That's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
yeah.
It's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of had.
We will do
forgot
that.
too,
We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff because that's people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Back pocket for a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. If Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for Peewee 1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. Like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
All right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that committing to that is extra work. But Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already.
Oh yeah, there was a new ascendancy too.
I was talking to Andrew about this though because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double.
There's
up
just
with,
so
against,
much.
Like all the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
That's a little crazy.
it's fine.
I love having an ascendancy. I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to. Like this is gonna change every time because it means we can do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch.
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
God, like
before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah,
or
so
20 years ago.
13 years or something probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second ascendancy. So 13 years from now,
Get a
we'll
third
get the
Ascendant.
third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined. It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to go
you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next league gets saved, but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, might be better for casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the Ethereal Crafters. it's
Surely
gonna be
someone
a
has
puzzle
rights.
to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set.
But I wasn't there when what do you think of the
some people
anointable
ultimately
belt?
might be interested in it, but it seems like that's
I think it's fucking
probably a
cool.
worthy trade-off for the fact that you.
I don't think we'll be
you have
using much on
more interesting experience. I'm not
minions
just like
because our belt is
one skill for another
222
buff or something. It's not really that
competitive.
interesting to
That being
change your
said, there
builds.
are setups that will now use
The
it.
upside is you can be a lot more like
Builds that
holistic
don't
into
care
the,
about
broader view. It's
ghastly eye
okay, we're not
jewels would
just
want to use
adding
it.
This new skill that happens to fit this archetype, we're adding, a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style. And that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested, but also wants to play a powerful build and wants
between mid build and the normal builds
to playing the new thing on League Start. As opposed to if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much harder. Like,
so I'm thinking for the builds that can use it, the ones that don't care about ghastly eye jewels, it's going to be yes, it's going to be before mage blood, and it's going to be after like a normal unanointed belt. For other builds, depending on how strong an anoint you can get, I still don't see it replacing Darkness Enthroned. Darkness Enthroned is just insane. So I don't think it can compete on most minion builds.
Nothing else but being inconsistent. It's good.
For 329, and
because Darkness Enthroned is 4 Ghastly Eye Jewels, so they need to not care about the Ghastly Eye Jewels for it to be the best pre-made blood build for the build.
Just numerically necessarily change them, actually rework them, especially things like early game as well. At some point.
As an example, a build that might want to use it was the build I was talking about before the stream started, Chaos Golem of Maelstrom.
We know the deal.
It might be pretty good for it because it doesn't care about Ghastly Eye Jewels because it doesn't benefit from flat damage and all that.
Please no more rolling magma kind of has been a lot of, I'm sure there's some people that love it, and I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on reworking some of the other skills,
Sure.
But
And it also be really good when mercs come back if they can still use belts.
See how that goes, but and reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design. So there will definitely be more and more attention to that. Even if it's just from me wanting to do it, in an
kind of
few hours
uncomfortable
after my normal work day or whatever. I also have like
I might need to get water.
That every reasonable active skill eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully 2. That's the new transfigured this league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's like one that is on a skill that already had one.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
What minion skills don't have transfigured?
I feel like a thing that's worth kind of keeping updated. Yeah, you're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant, that
offerings
is
don't
enough, and also wouldn't detract from the development time.
Great Spectre does.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up.
Like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because we
Skitter bots don't, but the Auras don't so far at least.
But those are still now they are skills in the game that are
Herald of Purity and Dumblo. Dumblo likely gets. Actually, no, Dumblo has. Dumblo has.
Eventually need to get one.
And Herald is a reservation skill.
See, like I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like,
Blight changes make me wonder about changing the command and a second character for Blight spam. I mean, Blight could be insane because you can also just copy it to its Mirage as well, so you can get 2 Blights in your map.
Idea and being like, I want to do, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea. Sometimes, but generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and skill design, hand casting and channeled skills are kind of just like a rough area I just want to mention or bring up. Is it something that you're like thinking about or still kind of like tracking? I think it's maybe something we talked about a little bit in the past.
Not on the current, as a not for 328 really in any obvious sense, but like, not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of, and there's obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage, but like, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at, still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the Transfigured Shock Nova is one of his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new
Is that
one I haven't
the
brought up before.
gem they kept
Someone asked me
using?
that. I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good point. Cold skills, especially spells mainly, seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Roll, Ice
Vortex.
Touch. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in there that are okay, but it does seem like on the whole, cold spells are in a bit of a rough place at the moment. Mm-hmm. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
Glacial Cascade. Oh,
Not
yeah.
to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes,
Yeah.
they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't even, cold scale.
It'll be like
it's more
Archangel over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
Fire skill buff.
I don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with hand casting to some degree. Like it's kind of like hand casting
makes
and
sense.
spells kind of come together. So you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
Yeah, maybe that'll be a package deal at some point.
But yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like
it's just a weird realization to have. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them
Yeah,
are so
yeah, yeah.
iconic.
What's happening? Oi!
yeah.
I miss some of those ones.
What does that
I'd like to
mean?
See a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched.
Probably
if they
not.
reflect on that stuff because
Yeah.
Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new like extra weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
Yeah, true.
awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed, or
Yeah,
maybe
Static
just
Strike, Dominating Blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know. I'll have to see
Might be
which
some potential
one.
in there. You'll have to see. And
have
you
to
know.
see.
I honestly
And then you'll have to
don't
deal
know.
with that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, or I can make it not. No. It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've
You
decided.
can't chat nerf Mark's build.
I maybe feel a little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian,
But
and
only a little bit.
every
You're not-
every
you're
one
not
of those
winning
build
anymore, it's
guides
fine.
Is
has an
outdated.
expiration date built in.
Yeah, you have to put an expiry date in the comments.
Best before. You might still be able to eat it after, but it's a gamble. That's funny. I did have a question about this later, but it's reached the chant levels in chat. Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you
Just
want the
Harbingers
good
being
news or
mentioned.
the bad news?
Oh, bad news, please. I love bad,
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What's gone?
What's
Harbinger
gone?
is gone for now.
Excuse me, elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
That may be good news for some.
I understand that's like
They removed Harbinger?
Can't complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of it's a shadow floating with some blue, and
Yeah, I know you're not.
they're
a fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, or especially with a way we have to kind of develop things now. It's kind of it has to go so it can come back better. Is effectively what we're getting to here, and it will get the justice it deserves.
Surely,
And
right?
I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous trial of the ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which and that's what I'm saying. Bad news, good news. It's unfortunate, but in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it, and actually have the patch notes and actually we are doing that in like Harbinger text, and people are going to try and derive what does this mean. But immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out what that means
There's a lot of justification.
without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned,
Harbinger
earlier,
League.
Ancients and Fracturing Orbs are in the core drop pool. Harbinger
Yes.
Uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger Uniques are in the drop pool, core
cool.
drop pool. Yeah,
Alright.
so keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It's always sucks because we just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question.
I
that
guess we
had
should have
come
known
up,
when we said
Horizon
Fracturing Orbs
with
are
the way the
in.
new map items work, or they don't do a
you don't
thing,
need
but they
them.
would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such, because Shaper Guardians are still an
True.
individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go.
So
Nice
you still have that
solution.
capability.
Elliot. Good old Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, my baby.
So yeah, no, yeah, yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an overall.
This is great
win.
news.
I agree.
This is great news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue floating guys that drop pocket lint. I don't know why people like them so
but
much.
the loss-
a lot of the like,
but the loss aversion.
Your like effects don't even work on them sometimes. They're weird little creatures. Like
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
Weird little
like
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
Well,
like
and also a more grounded in gothic. Like, you know, like, again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal,
Is it more Harbinger?
big portal thing, you know? And
the boss was a portal.
the boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked. And it needs to be
Yes.
done better. So
It was definitely a little bit.
yeah, I know.
From an earlier
there was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but
I'm-
nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you
again, we have to
Just
be
rip the Band-Aid from that one.
brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE1. So.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, could you make the splitters stack better? It's like, let me just solve that problem for you. Find no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's
No
gone?
Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around. Bam.
Yeah, it is what. Look, my classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's
But,
been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. On to my next topic, which was Breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls
Sure.
just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it like what's the idea here?
Yeah,
Why
shield
do you-
charge.
Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does.
I don't want
I wouldn't say
my
totally
shield
complicated,
charge
it
to
does
be
achieve
annoying.
A relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools if you don't want to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
Yeah, it's
So-
intrusive is the word I would use. Like
Yes.
we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged, rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if
You would-
the system
My G's, what's happening?
still not enough, then
It's going to get twice as many of the.
pursue, like
Yeah,
making the
you-
radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like
Talking
that.
to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So,
No, it shouldn't be.
and like another thing I don't think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
And it's like. There's a little bit like if the walls are.
Yeah,
our
giving
problem,
me the message
it's
to
not
go
that
to
big.
sleep.
That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like, obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But
It,
what do you reckon?
yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case.
You're gonna stream anytime
But,
soon again, or probably
yeah,
once we get
generally
closer to
then
league
it's like,
starts?
do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion, and that gets pretty hard to allocate
don't
resources between.
I don't think.
So I'm not streaming tomorrow, but
just
depending
what
on
you
how the
we
patch
will
notes
definitely
look, I
have
might
more
be
resources
streaming from
for,
Saturday.
solving issues.
If-
that is a
if-
That's the main
case.
thing,
Yep.
ultimately, I think.
I have a lot of work cut out for me in the way of like there's a lot to change.
The keepers thing, it's like,
Then I might start streaming again on Tuesday. Otherwise, from Saturday, Monday, Tuesday, I'll just keep streaming.
People have different levels of what's
But either way, I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I will
try and think of all these, but like, look,
likely
we've made a whole bunch of
be.
changes.
I'll let you guys know on Discord in any
Tell
case.
us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, you know, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. You know, they're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives
Good night,
are now
Aliax.
smaller, the walls
Wait,
are
in
smaller as
Discord?
well.
Yeah,
and again, you can
on
turn
my
it
Discord channel. You know my Discord server? Interesting. Is the link should still be, dude, play. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Is it my internet? No, it's not. Wait to I don't want to refresh the window because ads will play.
or multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters.
What is this and why is it here? What the fuck?
It's just what it is. It's just that, like, you know, we
Twitch,
get
what
to
is
have
this?
new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future.
Okay.
You know, what's Chiyula gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Lords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So, like, what's
maybe
that? How does that
have
even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something, maybe? Huh?
No, I'm talking. This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
But you know, the point being, like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future, and you know, like, I understand people have a bit of attachment to all this older content, but like,
The old domains.
these
and
are
Breach
literal
Lords.
old player characters.
That's the
wearing
Discord link,
microtransactions that are
but I will
bosses.
add a
They're not
command
so
for
fancy
it real
details. What
quick.
we do
Just like
anymore.
Harbinger, they got.
You know?
Get out of
You
here.
need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
Not recolored floaty guys.
not like, here's a armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know?
And every new unique we make going forward could have a Foulborn variant.
Ooh, yeah.
Or be on the Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man. Well,
Yeah,
be
the
Rusty and go on a
Foulborn
Restoration
uniques.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, it's the new
It's a banger.
uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome.
Yep.
Even the ones that you can
Let's
reveal.
right away then. Fantastic. On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way. But
All
people
right,
also
the
don't want it to
exclamation mark
necessarily be
Discord now works.
pooping out all of the best items and
Yeah.
to the extent that it was. So in what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I think that we've, you know, we want
All right,
it to still be
Helix,
good,
good
but we don't
night.
want it to
Thanks
be
for
good
stopping
at
by.
generating
Hope you
every
enjoyed
kind
the
of
stream.
item. So I think it can no
And
longer
the
make,
reveal was
weapons or quivers.
wild.
Still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn uniques.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare
The
weapons.
for
Just
the rare
rares, okay.
equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific role now, which I like for League mechanics.
Again, like, that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the like, if everything can do everything, then what does picking a league even mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with thing like fossils, right? You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way
was gonna
more
ask about the
exclusively
Delve.
from Delve.
If we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special,
Right,
and not
yeah.
just letting it seep in everywhere. So yeah, that with the tree, you know, no weapons, for rare weapons at least, is aiming in that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down. Yeah.
Six link
I saw the
rate
six-linking
is
thing was dropped
down.
down a bit. Yeah. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items or 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah, there's a balance pass as well, of course. Yes, because again, it's part of that like. How can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? Yep. So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many optional leagues in the end game, it doesn't need to be doing everything, you know, as good as it was doing. So
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, you guys are planning on...
Andrew did all of the specific adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head.
Nothing more disparaging here in Octavian say, if we did our due diligence.
Always the uncertainty with ideally we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is
I mean, if they're doing their job right, you know,
literally 10 minutes ago.
Octavian style.
You know, someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, you know, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream, at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes, so, you know,
wait, this is a basement?
So certain about, you know, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but like, you know, we're 99% sure on everything. But
if I do my job well, you guys come up with some new changes that you go do after this too. So
there's fossils in the Tsuyan window. Where did you see that?
Getting us to make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent. Good. I like it too.
Look, unless I didn't hear something.
I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming and then some issues with difficulty and rewards.
I mean, nowadays they scare up that guarantees a fortress or a boss, so
I think like they scale with map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't know if any specific changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juice.
Just an example of something they could.
Sure. The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of.
I think Tsuyan already has fossils, just not the rare ones. Tsuyan can roll fossils already.
Those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a Hive encounter, but if you click the Enrage the Swarm button every time, I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think it is almost like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now.
Enrage the Swarm over and over and over again means...
Changes, but not entirely sure. You never know.
You might need a giga build for it, so hopefully it's...
Well, see, but it's
still
just,
as rewarding.
When these things go
or it's worth
now
it.
You have an Atlas Tree, and now you have a set of Scarabs, and things generally get a little bit crazy with them, and you can have a lot of agency and choice, and it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas Tree and the Scarab system is that we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league, you know, and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but, you know, come up with Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what you can do.
Have stuff in my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there. Yeah.
This is a Warpro because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core end game. Well, it's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas by the way. We haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
There is a lot.
The change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore. It's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, what's I mean, the quality of life around this, for one, I like that you led with that as part of the showcases. Like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate, and even internally, like you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like wait, but then you get to explain like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So like, it simplifies things down in a really
I can't,
good way
I can't
from a
even
UX
imagine what map
standpoint
farming now looks
and
like.
also a trade standpoint.
Yeah.
You know, and from completing your Atlas standpoint.
Because don't forget,
like, all of these things
the
just
key,
become so much more clean.
I don't know if
and
you guys
simplified, and you now
noticed,
don't need, like,
but
three,
the
you know,
voice tones you get from Exarch and the others, they now convert your tier 1 to 15 maps to gold.
Atlas, that's now redundant.
I have a very strong feeling that the number of maps dropped are going to be way less.
Well, finally.
Is he? Where is it? Is he here? I think one of them is still here.
But it's one chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
They were just so much. They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your atlas. So by the time you fully
Yes.
complete your atlas,
Yes.
you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
25, I think. I saw that.
It's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
It's 25 now.
25. Right.
Well, and of
By the way,
course,
look at this from Harvest. It's going to be kind of insane.
Stone mods, which apply to your whole atlas. You've got
I mean, the whole Egan system.
yeah, you've got
There we go, this one.
passive points than before.
Maps dropped are
It's also
converted to
like
gold.
More?
They are a tier
so
higher.
nice to be able to get rid of like
And
this thing where, like, you
25%
just
chance to
can't
have
add
either
different
shaper
systems
or
to the-
other influence
to
when
the map
opened.
device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of, you know, more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map just being alt and rolling that map being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being
It's
able
like
to
3 clicks instead of I got 2 dozen. So
and then being able to, you know, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future.
My question for this system is, how does it work with the side map inventory that we had?
I think you are too, who likes to run. I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, you know, sort of short to mid-term goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really
I like
excited
spamming
for
the
the
map.
Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, you know, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
no, I did want to ask you about that because, like,
Sure.
I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, "Oh no, here we go again."
No,
We're not gonna have
there's
some,
no-
like,
there's
shape
no
of
Elder Ring
You
management.
have to make the elder eat the shape of
No.
blob, not fill it.
No.
You have to make sure it stays
No, no,
alive
no,
in its
no, no.
digestive tract. That's how you get the optimal.
No. You the loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You,
So,
you
but
put the
to-
blob on the atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, oh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing. And if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it. No,
Especially because
it's-
you can just take your map and just pot it.
Any
You can
lovely
just-
things for the filers?
have to be like, "Oh,
There is a lot for every single build
Oh,
here.
yeah,
Which
you
is
just
amazing.
Have, you
That
just have
was-
the map item.
That was
Go
really
wherever you
frustrating
want,
with those
and that
map
is
systems.
also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob; it'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, you know, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3
Cut it in
each,
half.
right? One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so if
but you
you-
get a little bit less juice
yeah.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's a really cool
So you have
idea.
this like sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one
Yeah.
last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be
Or
very
you just
juiced.
cut it in half a couple times and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, you know, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, you know, do like 2 or 3
Right,
blights
yeah,
and 2 or 3
yeah.
maps to get to the vault and get that
the
reward.
rush one.
Yes, it's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And
Sort of spam
non-annoying.
levels.
Wait, so if you cut it in half, it just goes
trace
away?
down the specific maps and like micromanage it and
I
it was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think what's really important about these Atlas sort of effects, I guess, these geographical events, is that they're transient. Like, you don't want something that is something you're going to have to manage for basically indefinitely. You want something that you engage with, it has an end,
It's
then
just
you
a
go
short
again.
term sort of
Yeah, like
little
this is a
goal
really
project.
good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
that is it achieves that goal very well. So yeah, good.
Awesome.
Just also, by the way, his blight thing was a hypothetical. I know people.
Sure, I have no idea what the players will think of what the, I don't. There will be an astrolabe that is the cheapest one, right? I don't know which one
I
it'll
looked at
be.
you and saw in the corner of my eye, blight nerf, and I was like, no, wait. Well, there might be. There might be a
some
blight.
truth to every
There
comment.
might be a
I'm pulling
blight
on my
nerf.
microphone here. I'm getting too into it.
There might be a blight nerf, but
I don't know. If Andrew was here, he would know.
I mean, I had a question for later. It's just like, Blight's a bit buggy and laggy. You guys looking at that at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
yes, but it's
Blight performance.
just a limitation of that's what happens when you spawn that many things.
Yeah.
You just get.
You
too
didn't see
many
the light
things
from the
and
first
guess what?
minute?
Nothing can handle
Yeah.
that. So but
There's
that's the
a
kind
lot
of thing
going
where
on
it's
with
like,
this
they're gonna
league.
Remove half the stuff, and it's like that's part of the fun. And
And it's going to be
but
hard
yeah,
telling
like,
what the best
if-
setup is going to be.
Maps, so you obviously don't.
We'll see.
You're okay with a certain amount of that.
There's a little bit of crazy, sure, but like the answer might end up being like, less objects, but objects are more valuable, stuff like that. It's just a matter of that's a performance optimization issue more so than a balance problem in this regard. Not to say there isn't also a balance problem. There might, maybe, but the goal primarily there is to make the performance not such a horrendousness. And
Just play
the
what you
only
want to
real way
play.
to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf.
Only minion dominating blow of his
it's like
pirate
not a,
duelist. Surely, right?
Often there's like it's an engine
That-
thing, or like there's a back end performance.
The
thing
is
you
it
can do.
hallowed flame or what did they call the new
and maybe there is
debuff?
something you can optimize here,
That
but
could be
honestly,
pretty
This
cool.
one is just a straight up like what they're going like, what do you expect to happen when you have this many things on screen at one time? And I'm like, I want all of my frame rate, but then they're like, yeah. So often there's like, is it an engine problem? Is it a programming optimization issue on the more like back end or instance? And then it's like, sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
Tier 17s, I know you had a personal gripe or issue with those as you were like, you designed some of that stuff. You felt personally responsible,
Yeah.
Octavian, for some of the issues that came out of Tier 17 modifiers and the economic aspects of those. I was pleased to see that it seems like Tier 17s have been pretty much, they're pretty much gone. There's this new Nightmare Maps system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that.
Yeah,
So can you
I need
kind of,
to
like,
hear
explain-
about Nightmare Maps because we need to know if we can get rectifilers from
We've done a
them.
lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end
ultimately.
game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so
Why do you
it just
have these
feels like
100 other
One of them
maps?
you can do.
Barrels.
so. Yeah, sure. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps, correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on
Yes,
that.
they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Okay.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what are results? Ultimately, they're still decent to run. They're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate. For,
Yeah,
And they're more deterministic.
they
in that
are
regard as well.
more
Each of the
bosses.
individual Nightmare maps
They
is
aren't only
associated with
bosses.
particular Uber boss fragments.
right.
So that's kind of to help give them more identity in that direction of it's the access point to an Uber boss.
Yep. Awesome.
It should be it's definitely just much easier now if you want a specific Uber boss to go and kill that specific Uber boss, because you have the nightmare key is. It's a lot of keywords. It's like a keyword, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, you know, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before. And so,
Someone pointed out.
Chaos sync before, is that something you're like worried
Where
about?
is it?
Monitoring, like the idea of.
we're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second
This
is,
harvest
you know, with no carrot
has a
crafts,
green
you know,
plant.
chaos sync, so.
So this might be a
As I
new
said, we're doing a bunch of changes
monster
around
type.
currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so
Kinda cool.
you know, I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty, unless I'm missing something here, that without those two syncs, you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, divest your chaos portfolio now based on Mike's comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual
Surely,
early
right?
price
Like,
of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure, right?
Well,
We'll see.
yeah.
When it comes to economies,
well.
feels over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
GCPs the
Maybe.
trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, that's
Making
nice.
Sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh
haven't
yeah,
you?
for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want.
I think I'm going to start with settlers most likely. Like very, very likely this is going to be what I used to clear the Atlas the
Chiseling
first
maps isn't
time.
Fun.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Part of
the altars now.
benefits they caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Altars.
We were going through this the other day. Like memory thread strand fragments.
Strands, I think, are the thing or the items.
Memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I
as
can't
well.
remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
the memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help
Yes.
solve
the problem.
or to
That's
attempt
a
to solve
tier.
the memory lines things. Those are itemized now, and you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know,
Yeah,
there was
you don't-
previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no, yeah.
Buy them. you
Lord
can sell
knows in
them,
free shot I just
farm
didn't
one.
engage with it because
And
fuck
that
that.
means it's also not like, because there's this whole thing where it was like,
I didn't
a
feel
weird thing,
like-
I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device.
Yeah,
and a guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now rather
Yeah.
than just a
It's all,
thing.
it's all the one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one, then we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. Sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
The idea was if that you know, with Ruthless, really what a lot of what Ruthless is a it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah, that was the vision.
And so the idea was like, if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said, I don't think that those two, like, I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like, that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're succeeding in that regard,
you don't need that answer,
then
right?
ideally when they're
If we're
making
doing
the
our
filter,
job
they wouldn't
right.
have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve, you know, the formatting, highlighting, what's escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels, yeah.
all of that stuff, very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like, you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. Certainly, it is a philosophy I've changed. Like,
Nice.
I might have even been me that said, no filters and Ruthless. I don't remember. So, like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, oh, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not Ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However, you know, well, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault. So you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the,
Yep,
on the
it is.
questions,
It is still going.
So you can't pause on the options menu.
Gonna
but you
need
can
AI to
pause if you open
summarize
the
it.
passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button?
Patch notes in 30 minutes, by the way.
We
I need to get water
Great.
and pee,
It's meant to
so
be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where.
all right, BRB.
Yeah, it was honestly weird when you had like a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly.
Yeah.
For both games, mind you. And it's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, then the other game will get it. Is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested? Like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
If it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And that's for you guys to figure out. The balance of.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our
That's their
responsibility.
problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
Hmm.
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered
I'd
yet.
have to
but
look into that.
I'm not
be
against
now.
it. It's not. It's you know, at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been
Yeah,
planted.
it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types. Just, like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. That's part of the gameplay. I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're going to pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think, something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that life force, and you misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say, I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything good?
Well, there are certain levels of philosophical.
What did I miss? I came late.
From the ancient times,
they reworked the Atlas and a whole bunch of other things. So
things that are probably
T-17s are still in the game as nightmare maps, but they are in a very different space.
You can't just make up on the spot for sure.
Oh shit! What was the answer to Harvest Vacuum?
Yeah.
They'll think about it. Oh, that'd be so fucking nice.
Upstairs and bring it up.
Okay.
And then we'll see where it goes. And then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain, you be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a
bit
little tiny, just a little foot in the door here, maybe. Just plant the seed, maybe.
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
No, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and we'll see where it goes.
All right. That's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still.
Is this the answer to the Harvest question?
I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen.
I don't want to ruin your hopes, but yeah, I'd say low. But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Okay, so they're thinking about it as a TLDR. All right.
Q&A session and Octavian for the first time here. This is great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
gonna do it again?
I would like to.
Yes, you are doing it.
You are doing it again. This is
you're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch. Be back next time for bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just keep doing that every time until half the company is here.
Yeah.
It really, yes.
All right, patch note time, hopefully.
See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps. Appreciate it, everyone.
Patch notes? We still have 30 minutes before patch notes, but holy shit, was there so much happening here. That was a big Q&A as well. The fact that they removed Harbinger is like one of those things where you would expect it was going to be inside the actual reveal. It was not. So like the interview was huge. They removed Harbinger. The Harbinger is no longer in the game. No more blue dudes. They've gone home. No. Harbinger is gone. 07 deuces. Can I explain fracture of clusters? Sure. So one of the currencies you can now get if you get the Mirage Delirium, which is the Delirium mechanic inside your Mirage. I don't know how it wouldn't be in there, but let's say it's in there, right? It is going to be an orb. This orb is like a blessed orb for it's a blessed orb for Delirium cluster jewels, essentially. So for example, let's say I was doing some Minion Warcry build, right? Where fracture orbs, they're just in the base drop, or they drop everywhere now, like divine orbs. One more thing. So let's say I was making a Warcry build. What I would have previously done is I'd have gotten one medium cluster with exerted attacks, and I'd have used this for lead by example for onslaught I maybe I'd used the armor one as well. I think it's a warning call. I might have used like stuff like this, right? Now what you can do is you can try to fracture lead by example, and then you can reroll the implicit, i.e. exerted attacks, into minion life, so you can get lead by example and then still get feasting fiends, and as well, and on top of that, you're still able to get your minion modifiers, and this still gives minion life. Just as an example, you know. The use cases for this can be quite insane. For spellcasters, as an example, they might really like the fact that now you can get a minion damage cluster, you can get primordial bond, and then switch this to like chaos damage. That could be huge, or to spell damage, or whatever else they want. So now they can still keep primordial bond, which is golem effects, and increase damage per summon golem, but then use it elsewhere. So the implications of that one, and that is just one of the Mirage currencies. We don't know what the Mirage harvest is going to do, because this orb is obviously from Mirage. So there's going to be some crafting bench options that you can only get the resources from Mirage harvest. There's going to be like other. This is an essence from. This is I think probably one of the Hysteria or whatever, but the Mirage version of it. This one, look at belts. On any build that uses three magic flasks, i.e. low life builds that want to use Balbala, that belt is insane. 30% increase effective, no flasks are adjacent to them. That's just 30% increase effect of magic flasks is insane. So though you would be using one unique typically, but yeah. Boots, increase movement speed for each nearby enemy. And this is probably just one of the essences that's been introduced with Mirage essence. Basically, where fractured orbs, I answered that already. They're in the base drop pool. They can drop anywhere. They're there. They're like divines. They just drop. And this is just some examples. Theoretically, for like ritual, there might be new corpses that come because of the fact that it's a ritual is Mirage. And you might get more altars, which means more tribute for your rituals. You might be able to get 5 ritual maps, 6 ritual maps. If you get a fully Mirage map, which is an outcome, you basically just double your map. So there might be 8 ritual maps even. And imagine what's the name of that thing? The vessel that come from an 8 ritual map. The amount of monsters in there, and you can then slap it into a different 8 ritual map, and the implications of fully Mirage maps is insane. High investment strategies where you're spending like 3 divines per map. All of a sudden, you get 2 maps out of your 1 map. It is going to be wild. It's going to be insane the levels of juice you can get with the farming mechanics they've given us, and that is ignoring the special loot you get. The increased effect of prefixes and suffixes modifiers we got from Ultimatum is insane for simplexes, because all of a sudden, before we could get +4 level of minions, 20% quality on that doesn't quite get us to the 5th level, the extra level. But when you 20% quality and then you mirror it, all of a sudden you might be getting +1 or +2 extra levels. So it's possible that this next league there might be a genuine plus what's it called? There might be like a +6 amulet or just +6 minions or something. Like the implications are insane. And of course, by mirror, I meant to reflect. In case you want to be technical, I meant reflect. Then they added mechanics like this imbuing skill, which is going to be insane. This is basically an extra free support gem, which essentially you'd be giving up +1 level or 8% quality, but like in most cases, the extra support gem is going to be way better. Because even just looking at minion, let's just look at minion damage. Level 1 minion damage is 25% more damage. There is no single minion level aside, unless it's giving you like an extra specter, there is not a single minion level that will give you more damage than 25% more damage. Even minion speed, 25% increased attack speed. Early game is insane. Late game, maybe not so much. But then you have maybe Predator as well as a possible support. You know, all of a sudden now your minion is just, you can tell it where to go. The implications of this as well, the coin of power. Well, I think it's coin of intelligence or coin of wisdom or something. But the one for intelligence support gems for minion builds, and even green for minion builds that required GMP and the others. I mean, you wouldn't use it for GMP, but like for poison builds always could never fit in all the gems they could actually fit, because there were just so many, from unbound ailments to minion damage to void manipulation to deadly ailments. All of these are really good. You couldn't fit them all. All of a sudden, boom, you have it. You have a level 1. Are they fixed at level 1? I think they are. I don't think we've seen any instance where they were more than level 1. Having 5-link minions that are not main skill are going to be great. Yes, Zoo Masters would love the fuck out of this. The only limitation they mentioned to note is you can only have one of these in any piece of equipment. So let's say you have 2 6-links in your chest piece, so 2 5-links. So like you're doing zombies and skeletons. Only one of them can have the extra support gem. You can have 2 of them with the extra support gem. But that already is big. Yeah, it's a lot of power. Like we just said, for level 1 minion damage is still 25% more damage. You wouldn't go minion damage, by the way, because minion damage has awakened minion damage at like 44% more damage. So you wouldn't go that, but ideally you'd go something like minion speed that wouldn't typically make it. Faster casting is an option. Predator is an option. These are all good support gems that would just never see the light of day because they just isn't space. Even Elemental Army. Level 1 Elemental Army is still 10% more elemental damage, as well as early res and exposure. So like, just having this on a support minion gives you exposure. There aren't awakened gems anymore though. Did they say that? I know they said, what did they say again? They were adding those other gems, those other support gems. Did they say they removed awakened gems? We do have the content reveal here.
Hi.
No awakened gems anymore? Huh. Okay. Huh. Okay. Yeah, they're called something. I feel like it's exceptional. Is it? Where is it? Yeah, I don't know what they're called, but they're called something. So patch notes aren't going to drop until... Okay. In any case, so if they, I want to find where they talked about the gems. New uniques, holy skills. I am curious to see how they changed Domblo, because we saw Domblo here.
Recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam.
I mean, I play WoW for 7 days in a row, starting in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Then when PoE 1 lands for 2 hours, then I go 50-50 going forward. Sounds like a plan, but like this is not it. This is, if there's been any league to not skip, it's this one. This is not a league if any PoE player should skip. It is insane all the changes we have. It is wild. Wait, WoW is coming out this week? Or you said it was this week, right? Yeah. Today, all right. Today is also when I think what marathon comes out or something like that. A lot is happening today.
Beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later,
To think this entire reveal was 43 minutes. It felt like it just went on and on with just bang after bang after banger.
this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame.
Yeah, this
Hallowing
debuff is
Flame
going to be
builds up as
interesting.
charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage. But only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of Holy Sentinels. Or friends. With a number of other places.
So this ring is probably going to actually be quite good. Inflict Halloween Flame while on consecrated ground. This might end up being something that minion builds try to go for. If Halloween Flame is just innately good and you don't have to scale it in any way, shape, or form, use this plus Irrational Doctrine and try to scale the AoE on the consecrated ground, or just stand on your bosses for the extra damage from this. It might be the extra bump fire minion builds need, honestly. Attacks with this weapon also inflicted on hits. Also depends on what the max amount of Halloween Flame stacks is, because we don't know that either.
Such as unique items, cluster jewels.
Holy Ward. It doesn't say what this is. Maybe Warcry is applying it. Oh, if Warcry is applied, that'd be insane. Stop. They will.
And the Guardian.
Yeah, this guy as well. This one. You can inflict +1. I feel like it's only one stack that can apply at any given time. They need to fix the wording on this that have been removed by an allied hits recently. Up to 80%. I don't see this being a well used as Guardian Ascendancy. Wait, it's here actually. Attacks made against enemies affected by Halloween Flame gain 25% physics extra fire damage. Halloween Flame is removed once an attack that benefits from someone is successfully made. It lasts 6 seconds and cannot benefit the one who inflicted it. Recently refers to this. So basically, you can apply 2 Halloween Flames if you can apply 2, they get big removed. 25% physical extra fire damage. Why melee hits? They really want it to be melee for some reason. I think that ring is going to be the best way to apply it, or one of the best ways. Maybe Holy Word is insane and it allows you to apply it with war cries. This is the gems.
Transfigured gems.
But this is transfigured
with many
gems.
of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority.
Were they any
These storms
insane?
warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to come through.
Let's start from the beginning up until patch notes come out. That's what we're gonna do. Let's just start from the top. Yo, where is the patch? It comes out by 4-hour time, so in 10
The
minutes.
Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer.
I like that they introduced Varasha into PoE1 after having Disciple of Varasha in PoE2.
The Aphrodite assault our lands, trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
Three additional Atlas bosses. Wait, what was that? What the fuck are these? Are these projectiles? Are those projectiles? Who the fuck is trying them? Wait. Is it this guy? I think it might be that guy. Cyrus and Vol.
Evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
I need to see also. Even just Pen as a level 1 gem is insane for minions. Jeez, it's going to be something. I'm going Guardian Dumbblue more than likely. I mean, Dumbblue also applies the hit, right? Because you have to hit them, and then he applies the Halloween Flame, and then those same Dumbblue can hit it. And by the way, Dumbblue did get reworked, so like it's very likely that Dumbblue will actually be very decent to use, or actually very competitive. So it's one of those things we'll have to. It's one of those things we will have to look at for sure. And we're getting a new bloodline, it looks like. The one for the league mechanic. What's their face? Whoever he is. And because this is a necromancer's, because they said that we are literally facing necromancers, I'm assuming this has some minion support. Whether this is cope or not, we'll see. But I'm assuming this is actually going to be decent. Not to mention, we can see what look like corpses on these nodes. We can see it. Can we actually zoom in? Let's pull up paint, shall we? Conspiracy theory time. Insane coping, knowing how many bloodlines y'all already have. What do you mean? Look at this. Look at this. You want to tell me this doesn't look like it's a zombie node? You want to actually look me in the face and tell me this doesn't look like it's minion related? Keep in mind, they literally say it, if I keep playing this video, they literally say it that these guys are necromancers. Log in volatile dead DD. Oh, they're trying to free Zarok? You know, I didn't hear it the first time. Just watch. Listen. Listen. Open your ears. It's coming. They'll say it.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards.
Your zombies deal triple damage. You have no zombies. Max up powers, repass counters, max zombies cannot use traps.
Including a progression of the in-game storyline.
But just say, give me positives that cancel them. Real quick, let's see.
We want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar. Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
By the way, did y'all notice how Jonathan's hair is way longer now?
So let's get started.
Man is no longer stressed by the PoE 1, PoE 2. He's just chilling, living his best life.
I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be
What?
taking
Listen.
on the Ufarud,
Listen.
a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers.
There. Just saying. They are already necromancers. They are necromancers. Doesn't Mark deal with PoE 1 and John? They were, I think they were more intersected, but now they're like having more defined roles in each game, so they can clearly focus on the one game. So like in this case, it does sound like Mark is going to have more work on PoE 1 and Jonathan on PoE 2, and that way they have more manageable workloads and stuff like that. So now, yes, before, less so.
We've lingered in the shadows for centuries.
This guy is ugly AF, but if he's a minion, I wouldn't mind.
They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land.
That is one
Instead,
ugly mother.
they seek their
What?
sovereignty
Ugh.
through other means.
That shit is ugly. Holy.
Ufarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Ufarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Virashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then
She's just lugging around a giant metal ball.
by Virashta to enter the astral realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the astral realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this league mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment.
Oh jeez.
Virashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option
All the
to choose
bleed
one of
pops
three
makes me kind of
wishes
want to
before
play
you do
bleed
so.
build Loki. This one, getting this one on a blight map is going to be insane, with portal scrolls and wisdom scrolls dropping as other currencies. Even with breach is going to be insane, because if you have a fortress in there, those things drop a shit ton of these guys. Now it's going to drop as other currencies. Sure.
These wishes are modifiers that will apply.
Imagine
to
the golden
Mirage
wish of
area
Avarice.
and have some pretty potent outcomes.
Even after they halved
There are
blight
wishes that
loot,
grant extra rewards,
did he
such as
say
the wish for glimpse,
blight was
which
guaranteed?
causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage
Was
to instead
guaranteed
drop as other
nerfed.
currencies. Or
Alright, where
wishes
is
that
patch
spawn
notes?
rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood.
I just can't imagine
Allow you to
like
consume the souls of
how much they added.
enemies, or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course.
Alright, it's 4.
Each wish is
Patch
also
note
marked with a
time.
sigil.
Chill, Mark. We'll be back. Patch notes. Take on a rogue sect of Faradon as they sap the energies of captured gems and help your legendary Marquette Sekima to put an end to yada yada. New content and features. They're now called exceptional support gems. You have about 40 which can be found in the end game. Corrupt to level 20 with a random valid support effect. I'd be very curious to see if, because there's nothing anywhere that actually says they will explicitly like be limited to level 1 supports. We've only seen level 1. Very likely it will be, but you never know. Where is the support gem that brought those weapons? I think it's this one. Holy Armament. I really wish they would allow us to just use stuff like this without, having to attack ourselves. Because then we have to scale our own attack speed, but then scale minion damage so the minions would do damage. And I don't really want to play a melee build, so probably not for me. Unless Cyclone. Use this to summon them and then Cyclone? No, it says with Holy Strike, so you have to use Holy Strike. Okay, never mind. Anyways. Gathering lightning buff for a duration. If you hit an enemy while you have gathering lightning attacks with this will cause chaining beams of lightning, which chain further than the more gathering lightnings you have. Interesting. Flamethrower trap, kinetic fusillade of detonation, orb of storms, shock nova, storm burst, blessed call supports. Supports Warcry skills, causing them to create consecrated ground. We have our source of consecrated ground, boys. They have lowered AoE and cooldown recovery rates. Cannot support triggered Warcries. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Because I was going to use Eternal Apple for that shit. Okay. Awakening Dead. I mean, depends on the Awakening supports. It's unfortunate that we lost some of these. Like, Awakening Minion damage came with +1 level, and that was huge. And the same went for, like, many of the Awakening supports. Wanted to cheese Warcries again. If it works, it fucking works. I'm just saying. Excommunicate supports melee attacks, causing them to gain a % of phase damage is extra fire and lightning. Does not support minions. What does excommunicate enemies on melee hit even mean? They're just shunned? Supports minion skills, causing your minions to have increased crit and multi for each. Okay, that's kind of ass. This is kind of ass, buddy. Are they trying to push for more hybrid setups? Is that what we're seeing here? It really sounds like they're trying to add more support to hybrid playstyles. 10 new rune grafts. I thought there were 2. 10. Okay. King's March start. Let's go. I already said it. I'm starting King's March. The decayed voicestone is now obtained from killing both the Shaper and the Elder, but it can still be obtained by killing Uber Elder. Oh, so that means I can do it. Well, that's kind of nice. It's 25% fizz as extra fire. All right. Originator, yada yada. Items are not able to drop from all maps run on the Atlas. Often be high tier bases. These are all things they said in the interview. Kyrak no longer offers Atlas missions, and defeating this no longer has a chance. No more Kyrak missions. I mean, it makes sense. With the change to the Atlas, it makes sense. Kind of makes sense. The resonating shrine no longer grants a bonus per power, frenzy, and endurance, but now has maximum charges. Okay. Ambush Scarab of Discernment. Is that a nerf? The efficacy of it was reduced. That sounds like a nerf. They also nerfed Blight Scarab of Invigoration. Blight Hearts. I don't know if this is a nerf. It sounds like it could be decent. I don't know if that's a nerf or not. I assume it is. Yeah, I assume this is a nerf to Blight as well. So 07. We now have a guaranteed abyssal depth Scarab. Oh, we're gonna be farming Darkness and Throne day one. Holy. Okay, that would actually be pretty nice. This would be pretty good. Darkness and Throne is gonna be cheap early. Horn Scarab of wait, what now grants C16 plus areas contain the bosses from a random. What did they do to my boy? That's an 07 to crop rotation. Crop rotation is gone. You will be missed. Jesus, that is a nerf if I've seen what to harvest. Holy. What the fuck? Harvest doesn't want to, no one gets to. No one. If you guys don't learn to share, nobody gets to use it. Anyways, logbooks are always for implicit and causes expedition to gain increases for each remnant detonated. Kalguran Scarab of enriching. Amount of ore gained from ore deposits and difficulty for each I'm all for this one. Enriching, let's go. That's one more Scarab we can use. Which means we can now actually not troll and go for, I think, all 5 Scarab nodes on Kalguran Scarabs. And it's chill. That being said, we probably still want to fit in Delve because that also gives ore on map completion and stuff like that. Ritual Scarab of Corpses, which causes rituals in the area to contain rare itemized corpses. Ooh, finally, they're giving us a way to pick ritual loot. That is huge, actually. This is actually huge. I'm all for it. Let's go. King's March Mappers gold wage cost has increased. They switched King's March Mappers to, well, not Mappers. They switched ore and crop drops. So ore now gives currency and crops now give equipment. So I'm just saying, nobody's going to use farmers anymore. So you don't have that gold sink anymore. So realistically, you might as well use the mappers even with the increased wage cost, because now that's the only gold sink that's in King's March. I'm not gonna get freaking farmers. I don't need gear. So actually, you still would want it because you would want to complete the quotas, but like that's about it. That's the only reason you'd want crops, and you can just, I don't know, you might just keep the bare minimum for that purpose, or reroll it with gold, since that's an option. What does that mean? It means anyways, they buffed selectiveness, which is going to be needed. Any other scare changes? 2 deposits instead of 1. Essence is 3. Ambush is 4. Drowning orbs no longer move towards the players if there are no other enemies in range of the player. That's good. That should help that modifier. And then they removed petrification statues. They removed do not deal damage. They removed action speed, marked for death. Remove life. Oh, you beautiful, beautiful minds at GGG. Thank you for removing this modifier, because fuck this. They removed Awakener's Desolation. They removed less play. This modifier was so ass that I remember the first time I think Arcane was juicing the map, and then I entered and he had this modifier. My minions just didn't move because they had 100% less movement speed. They couldn't move, they couldn't attack, they couldn't do shit. They were just decorations for all intents and purposes, because why not? They nerfed ES scaling from int. Holy. Refiner's Bargain now gives random crop instead of 250%. Who cares? They nerfed the sulfites, the random ore. Holy. They took it to 10% instead of 15%. They basically cut it to, they reduced it by a third. 33% nerf on the amount of ore you get this way. But ore is way more valuable, so I'll still be taking it. I'm probably going to ignore all these notes because I'm not going to be able to like fully process what they mean. So we're going to skip that. Skip Keepers of the Flame going core. They have departed Ray class, leaving behind only a cryptic message. So yeah, Fracturing Orbs and Ancient Orbs now are in the core mod pool. These can't be obtained anymore. Blessed Orbs, they said, are used to reroll implicits on something. I don't remember what it was. Maybe maps? Search Raise Spectre. We'll get there, we'll get there. There's no rush. But Harbinger is gone as expected, or as they said. Shipping ore and bars now return currency items, while shipping crops returns equipment. Fuck shipping crops. We ain't doing that no more. Moto Arrow, which is now a shipping trade route to a new Karori port. Favored resources cannot be rerolled for 15k gold sink. Shipments from King's March to Karori and Goran ports will now grant specific tattoos or rune graphs. For example, shipments to Nakan will reward tattoos that replace strength passes. Oh, so we can now fish for green tattoos. Ports no longer have a bias towards a specific type of currency while shipping. All right. The Guild of King's March smelters have devised new technology, so they can smelt ores into bars twice as fast, but will charge more gold for their services. So basically, all the costs we're going to be saving from having our what's it called, our farmers down, is going to go into smelters. Due to reduced global demand for crops, King's March farmer gold costs have decreased by 50%. Okay, so they reduced that as well. And then King's March mappers increased by 25%. They can no longer return clusters over 83. What up, Volatile? How you doing? What do you think of the new changes? Have you gone through them? Ooh, guaranteed nightmare map. Valuable scarab. 500 mil experience to an exceptional support gem. Wait, 500 mil? Does that mean that we're going to need insane amounts of XP to level these guys up? It Fled now provides Farborn unique items. Okay, I like that. Farborn currency, and this is in transportation, so It Fled in transportation is going to be really nice. Rain in transportation, originator maps, I don't care. Scarabs. Okay. Incubators. Cartography, scarabs. Okay. It no longer has this one, so we no longer need sulfite scarab anymore. This is huge for ore. This is huge. This is actually very huge for refiner's bargain. Change the way sulfide veins in map scale with map item drop quant to be similar to how settler ore scale with map item drop quant. So it scales now or what? So now you basically can't get cluster jewels efficiently from other sources, is what this looks like. Added a modifier to ultimatum that prevents players being able to block. Holy. The Templar now wakes on Twilight Shrine more in touch with his fate. The starting gem for Templar is now Holy Strike, and the starting support gem for Templar is now Hallow Support. Big Templar changes to the start of campaign. Nerf to ES Arcane mentioned. All sources of reduced reflected damage taken have been replaced with percent of damage cannot be reflect. Some legacy items still have the old stats, however. So now we can get to 100% damage cannot be reflected, and as such we become actually reflect immune. That's a very, very good change for elemental minions like Regifilers that could go for these stats on like rings and chests. Hopefully you can actually make them immune as well to reflected damage. You haven't gone through the changes. Oh, this update is insane. That's all I'm going to say. I had to bring out the paint for it. It's wild. Oh, there's so much changing. And now we're at skill gem changes. Absolution and Absolution of Inspiring now have base duration of 3 seconds, which is very nice. And a base minion duration of 15 seconds. And they have more AoE with their empowered lightning blast skill, and it now deals 40% more damage. Okay. Holy Slam used by these two minions also has more AoE. Okay, big. Just this season out, I was thinking of Herald of Purity. They buff it. I love to see it. Age of Smiting. They buffed the smites more damage. They buffed the AoE. What? Absolution leveling buff? Yes. That's what I'm hearing. The Giga buffs Animate Guardian of Smited. They basically double the more damage. I mean, AGL Smiting wasn't cracked. He was cracked with a very specific setup of life stacking or armor stacking. On average, he was ass. But like those two were really good. This makes it so more things are more viable, but those guys are now going to be even more insane. Yeah, like they don't need to nerf that to buff AG or Smiting. I think this is fine-ish. I don't know if they touch other things, but I think having him, because like AG or Smiting is already not popular. Don't forget. And with his AI, you do require a certain play style to use him. I'm happy to see him getting buffed. It would make losing the life of regular AG worth it more. I think those builds are going to be insane. The ones that were already strong are going to be wild now. Like very, very strong. So we'll have to see what that means exactly. Because like that is wild. That is actually wild. All right, let's go forward. Dominating blow. What did you change here? The chance to summon a normal sentinel on hitting a unique now also applies when hitting rare monsters. Very nice. Debuff duration is now 3 seconds. Huge. And sentinel duration is now 30 seconds. Does this apply to Vow domination as well? Because that would make him perma by default, I think. Because actually no, I think he was perma by default because you could summon 3 of them. Vow dominating already has a 30-second duration base, or you mean for Dumb Blow? 30-second base is insane, because now that means you can actually potentially effectively scale it to 60 seconds, which means fresh meat is now a decent choice on them. You can actually go fresh meat and not troll. Potentially. I don't know if I think someone mentioned that it works with refreshes. I need to reconfirm. Refreshing a minion's duration will not. Okay, so it doesn't. So you still can't use it with them unless you want to let them expire. E-Blade now has increased attack speed from more ES. Holy E-Blade nerf. Holy Flame Totem now scales number of projectiles and has AoE gem tag. Portal no longer has its casting interrupted by self-damage. Raise Spectre no longer gains a hidden more elemental damage bonus when converting their phase to elemental. That was expected. It's sad, but it is what it is. They also now scale up their monster level more at gem levels. They also now scale up their monster levels more at gem level past 20. So for every level, if this is 85 now, wait, hold up. If this is 85 from 81 for level 30, that means they gain 4 levels. Does that mean that is not up to one extra level per level? That is more like an extra level every other level. So level 21, they gain 1 level. 22, they gain 2 levels. 23, they gain 1 level. 24, they gain 2 levels. I think that is closer to what they just probably did, which is why it's 85 instead of 86. So it's probably, yeah, it's probably that. So 22, 24, 26, 28 will get extra 1 level or something like that. So level 30 is 4 higher instead of 5 higher. So level 31 will probably be the one where it would gain 2. So that would take it to level 87 maybe. And previously having level 82. Maybe that's how that would work. Wasn't the max monster level the Spectre could get before 72? Oh no, it wasn't. I think a gem level 40 Spectre would get up to level 90 plus. It was basically 1 level. Like I can actually just pull it up real quick on PoEDB. raise Spectre. So gem level 30 would give you a level 81. So by level 40, you have a level 91 gem. Is that a buff? It's a buff to Chaos Spectres and a buff to Physical Spectres, but a nerf to Elemental Spectres. On paper, yeah, it's definitely a buff, a nerf to Elemental Spectres, because there's no way we are going to compensate for the 300% damage, the 300% more damage we got last season. So they basically removed that, but then they made it so we scale more with levels to kind of compensate a bit. So it's not like we're going back to like 3.26 levels. We're stronger than 3.26, but we are weaker than 3.27, because 3.27, once your Spectre was going physical to elemental, you would just got like almost a, what is it, 4x multi to your damage. You just get to times, it's 300% more. So yeah, times 4 your damage, basically. No. Doriani Regifala, it wasn't touched because they didn't benefit from this change anyways. This modifier was specifically from converting from physical to other elements. So fire, cold, and lightning would have had this multiplier. So as an example, my syndicate operative setup, that was nerfed because that benefited from this. But Regifilers have base lightning damage. I think they didn't benefit from this conversion at all. So they are stronger compared to the other physical to elemental, like Hydras, for example. They are stronger compared to Hydras than they were last season. So this increases, like it recreates the gap that was there before and buffs them even more so, because now they are going to be a higher level at gem level 30 than they were before. So Regifilers actually got buffed by this patch note, because the downside doesn't affect them, but the upside definitely does. So Regifilers got buffed. Holy Relic now grants Giga Life Regen. What the Okay, buddy. Okay. Vow dominating Ascended Sentinels now gain +2 radius per stage with their Sunder ability, previously +1. +2 radius. And now do 300% more damage. What? Excuse me, sir. What? Am I reading? No more T17. T17s are still there. They're just nightmare maps now. They are still very much there. They are now at the edge of your Atlas, and they can still be accessed. So Regifiler should still be a thing, so long as we can get to Abomination, which is still, again, on the Atlas. The Defilers are not gone. let's just has a thing against the fires. Man has a grudge. I don't know where it's from. Now my question for this note, because it's not declared, is do the Ascended Sentinels just deal 300% more damage, or is it just Sunder ability that deals 300% more damage? To answer this question, we shall pull up Vow Dominating Blow. If this skill says 200% more, then Dominating Blow is cracked. Oh my Jesus, 33% more damage compared to the current league. And where are you at? We'll put you here. They still benefited from, I assume they still benefit from skill gem changes from this one. Is it this one? Holy Slam skill. So they get more AoE. Wait, they get more AoE, they gain base radius, and then they gain even more damage. What? Wait. Excuse me, what? Okay. And the same treatment went to Val Absolution. Sentinels of Absolution now have 30% more damage and base duration of 20 seconds. And then they have 44% more AoE with their Lightning Blast. Keep in mind, this is more from where they currently are. This is not a, oh, they increased the modifier from like 35% more to 44%. This is a where they are now, just times that by 1.44. AoE. Okay. Okay. Oh, fucking K. What? Like, excuse me, sir, what do you mean? What do you actually mean? Okay. Holy. Where were we? Support gems. All Awaken support gems can no longer be obtained except for Awaken Empower, Enlighten, and Enhance. Cool. Divination cards have been disabled. Cheetah, Virtue cannot be turned in currently. The Labyrinth gem have been removed. Random exceptional. So I actually forgot this was a thing. I feel like I've never seen this option, so I didn't even know it was a thing. It's probably from one of those Uber Lab variants. Guardian is going to be the pick. Guardian is definitely a lot stronger now because now you have Hallowed Flame giving them Fizz as extra fire. You have the 3 aura minions from the Guardian Ascendancy. Then you can easily apply. You just go try elemental, scale hatred, scale hallowed flame. I don't know how you'd keep hallowed flame uptime though, is the only thing. But like I don't know. Greater versions of supports no longer work alongside their non-greater versions in a similar way to how Awaken did not work with corresponding non-Awaken. In this case, both versions of a support are socketed. The greater one takes priority. So you can't use greater GMP with greater multiple projectiles with lesser multiple projectiles, exactly. Volley as well, and spell echo. I think greater spell echo is going to finally come as a gem, by the way, outside of the unique, so that's going to be huge. Lesser multiple has been renamed to multiple projectile supports. Okay. Auto exertion now has a more mana reservation, so they nerfed it. Over exertion now grants yada yada yada. Cool. Oh my lord, they cast when stunned. They just took my guy out back and said, what? Holy shit, what is this? Look what they did to my boy. You guys enjoyed your explode for far too long. GG. What? They cut the damage in half. Okay. All right, let's see this. Guardian Sentinel of Radiance no longer has a duration. What? It is now a permanent minion and has approximately 36% more movement speed. Let me clean my eyes just in case I misread that, because I'm not. Huh? This is the real minion RF playstyle is what that means. Because what do you mean it is now a permanent minion? Because that means you can now honestly use it with Hallowed Monarch and you're not trolling. You can now actually give him modifiers that matter from rare monsters. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. Effects that grant random shrine buffs such as Guardians this or this instead now grants greater shocking, freezing, and skeletal shrine instead of regular versions of these shrines. Time of need notable now every 4 seconds removes curses and ailments from you. Previously removed curses and elemental ailments. Okay, so it removes all ailments, including poison. All right. What is permanent? Sentinel of Radiance. Mr. Big RF guy from Guardian is now a permanent minion. The Guardian now has a 2-point ascendancy notable Marshal of Divinity. Inflicts hallowed. Yeah, we saw this already. Inflicts hallowed flame and increases the limit on enemies by +1. Warden gets bark skin, I think. 25% damage taken of each damage type from spells hit per bark. Previously -5, so that got buffed. And then Avatar of the Wilds got buffed as well. Assassin now provides damage cannot be reflected. Instead of crits, damage from crits cannot be reflected. Thanks for a repeat. I'm listening as a podcast while driving home. I appreciate you being here. The Perfect Crime notable now has 30% less damage from triggered spells, 50% increased CDR from like clockwork, and calculated risk now has damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. So Saboteur buff, as they said, I mean, this is huge for the builds that want to use it, but I don't know if this is enough to make Saboteur really competitive. Elementalist Rip. What the fuck? What? Okay, that caught me off guard because what? They removed the increased buff effect from golems from the elementalist node. So now the node just gives max golems? What does it do exactly? Let's see. It currently has golems are immune to elemental damage. They are resummoned 4 seconds, +2 to maximum, and then increase effect. They just said, all right, this we're just going to surgically remove the increased effect. Have fun with everything else. Here I was thinking about using this on a potential build because of the +2 and the increased effects. Now you just don't flesh and flame this anymore. They just killed the golem node. I mean, it's good for Golem Mancer specifically, but if you're not a Golem Mancer, you don't care about this anymore. I guess you do if you care about the resummoning. If you care about the resummoning, this is still a decent node. And if you're just trying to stack like Primordial Bond, this is still a good node for you because you're not scaling minions, so like you need all the defensive buffs you can, and that includes resummoning and immune to elemental. But for like every single build where I've ever considered going Liege or the Primordial for the +2, it's also because it has the increased effect. So in 2 leagues, this shit went from 100% increased effect to 0. It made 2 Chaos Golems basically give you max Chaos Res. Buffs didn't stack, so it wasn't 2, but like 1 Chaos Golem with the increased effects would give you max Chaos Res, yes. Well, no. It was 17%, right? 17% max level, was it? You got to summon multiples? Yes, but you only get 1 buff. That is the way it is for all golems. You don't get multiple buffs. You get, if you have no matter how many Chaos Golems you have only 1 buff, and the 1 buff in this case is 17 Chaos Res. But then with the 100% effect, that becomes 34%. So you would need to have a lot of buff effect to have this cap you on Chaos Res. I know the people in peak, like back when it was 100%, that shit was strong, and I know people like would stack Primordial Bond, this one, and basically come out with like, they probably end up with like over 50% Chaos Res just from Chaos Golem alone. And then that is ignoring the other golems and all that. Like that was obviously, actually, you know, it was even worse because people would get Primordial Bond on large clusters, and I think they would also get it on medium clusters, I think. No, did you get it on what is it available on medium clusters, or is it just it's not delirium, but like megalomaniacs? I think they would stack megalomaniacs as well, so they could get it more, so they would get 3 per cluster jewel instead of 1, something like that. And they do this on repeat, so they get like 6 primordial bonds, and then still keeps they'd use the ascendancy node, and all of a sudden you just have like giga chaos res. So you could cap your chaos res from 1 chaos golem. But yeah, okay. 07th elementalists is what that means. Bloodline changes. This is going to affect us, I'm sure. The King's Might, this now grants their respective aura effects while you have minimum frenzy, endurance, or power charge respectively. Previously, no frenzy. What does that mean? If you skill minimum, you can have the bonus? What does that mean? Give me a quick second. Wait, okay, I'm back. I clicked the unmute and it did unmute. Anyways, Dumblo and Absol League. Oh, the buffs they got are in the. I'm like, what the fuck are these buffs? Just throwing out 44% more modifiers like it's no man's business. What? They got AoE on their AoEs. They got base radius. It got AoE. Dumblo specifically for the awaken from the ascended dominating rate guy. He got 44% more AoE. He got base radius. He got 33% more damage. And then he still got more damage from the slam buff that was applied to Dumblo minions. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, they're going to be something. They're going to be actually something. Anyways, where were we? We're looking at bloodline changes. The King's Might. So now you don't need to minimize, like you don't need to take your maximum to 0 to have both. Now you can bring your minimum up to your maximum, so you can get your minimum to 3 to then have the buffs, which is very, very, it's a nice change. Then Breach Lord. The otherworldly appendages on the Breach Lord tree renamed to Cryogenesis and now grants added lightning, added cold. All added damage is treated as added lightning? Isn't this actually just a wild modifier? I feel like this can be very, very strong. I feel like it can be very strong. Katarina. Prolonged Servitude passive now has 20% more damage while they are on low life. What is... This is an ascendancy that just... For the minion, if you're using it as a blessed rebirth of sorts, this is excellent. You can have the 20% up, the 20% more basically perma. But I personally have still not been able to fit this into a build. I don't know. Depending on the setup, again, it can be a blessed rebirth of sorts with more damage. Very nice. It's probably just better on builds that want to be on low life. But like it kind of also works counterintuitively to minion instability, which is the build that really wants to be on low life. And there really isn't, there aren't many good ways to keep minions on low life. So you kind of just are at the mercy of your enemies and keeping them squishy. Not the biggest fan of it in any case. Isn't it 15% right now? Yeah, it's 15%. Now it's going to be 20%. So they buffed it by 5%. But it's not easy keeping minions at low life, so you won't have perfect uptime. So I would say this node is going to be more used as a blessed rebirth but better, rather than as a damage multiplier. That's just the truth. Yeah, it's a 5% buff. Like they increase it by 5%, but realistically it's 33% more damage, or however you want to put it, because you know, actually 25% more damage. No, I was right the first time. It's 33%. Because 5 is 33% of 50. Delirious, the Misty, it wasn't me, now has a base duration of 3 seconds, previously 2, and has 5% max life, previously 10. What is Misty Reflection? Where's Delhi? There. It wasn't me. Dash backwards. The copy can be damaged. Copies are killed. Apply debuff for 4 seconds. So did they buff the minion? Oh, it doesn't say how long the copies last. It just says the duration of the debuff. So they buffed the duration of the copies that are created. But okay, I think that's what the buff is. Kind of whatever. Pharaoh now grants 4% more AS per minion, up to 80%. Previously 2% per minion. So they basically want this to be used on more self-cast builds than it previously was. This is not a bad node for like them. If you use Warcry with your Dumblow, this is not a bad node for you. Summon Spectral Tigers now have 50% less maximum life, but deal significantly more damage and have increased attack speed. They now also display their max life in the character panel. Why would you make them squishier? Wasn't it already kind of Was it awkward summoning them? Yeah, it's on crits. So was it great? Oh shit, I muted. I never remember when I muted. Anyways, what was I saying? They giga buffed Oroth. They made his ward do more damage and reduce the cooldown by quite a bit, but then reduce the base damage by a bit. It looks like, actually not by a bit, actually a decent chunk of ward damage. But it should be more DPS from this one. Sinner Saints, they buffed this for reasons unbeknown to me. I don't know that this needed a buff, but they buffed it. Spectral Tigers are kind of awkward. Already, why they reduce their life to increase their damage, I know not. I feel like reducing their life is... Because the only way to give them more life is to actually scale like minion life on the tree and stuff like that. And they'll probably still die, but you have to crit to summon them to begin with. So you have to have like a specialized build. This node didn't see much change before, didn't see much use in the minion build landscape, and it still wouldn't see now. But Stormblind would be happy because he uses them as DPS and he loves Law of the Wilds for like spectral wolves. So this is probably a big buff for him and for, you know, Law of the Wilds in general. However, I think you just have to use Blessed Rebirths is what this means, and you have to be able to summon 6 of them on CD basically. I think that is how you would have to play Spectral Tigers now. I like the fact that they buff the damage though, but I don't think 50% less life is, you know, is worth slightly more damage and have increased attack speed. I don't know that that's a worthwhile trade-off. Effect of Consecrated Ground can be used on minion build. So this one of the accuracy mastery clusters could be decent. The other one we just probably don't touch. Well, I don't know. We'll see. 50% of damage from hits cannot be reflected. Being a mastery is also kind of just very strong for self, you know, self-casters and whatnot. So kudos to them. Defiled Forces, notable, no longer refreshes the duration of Ignite on enemies you curse. Instead, has curse skills have increased cast speed. Why is that a mastery? Oh, it's a notable. It's a notable, okay. Evasion ES mastery now has 1%. Are they just intentionally nerfing int? What's all these int nerfs I'm seeing? Like, why is int the scapegoat? Everything that's referencing int is just like, yeah, you just get cut in half. What is going on? The fire mastery that grants 50% of chance to refresh this on crit has been replaced with a mastery that grants 12% to dot multi and increase ignite duration on you. I mean, you just get immune to ignite anyway, so it doesn't matter. They buffed Bino's kitchen knife, increase the radius, increase the regen. Still wouldn't use it on an AG, but maybe there's some value in the regen. I don't quite know how long the regen lasts to even begin with, so. Descriptions for poison spreading now explicitly state the region instead of just stating nearby. Nice. Blood notch nerf. Caswell stud gave us alpha. What is this? This is another Caswell stud nerf. This is another one. 07. Oh fucking 7. So they're getting less health from Blood Notch. What was the other one again? They're getting less explode damage from the Ascendancy as well. So their single target is much worse with the Penance Mark. They already used the Essential Sanguis buff. Still wouldn't use it, but, you know, it's okay, I guess. Hand of Heresy now has plus crit chance against excommunicated enemies. Maroi Urki now has increased AoE. They get this increased AoE. What? None of the builds I cared about would care about the AoE, but that's cool. Pledge of Hands now has socketed gems at the level 1 greater spell echo, previously level 30. This staff now has increased max mana, previously 100, previously 50. So they buffed the max mana, they reduced the level, but I suspect the greater spell echo is going to be the exact same level. That is my suspicion. It's going to be the same effect. Maybe not, actually, now that we have exceptional support. Maybe this support gems go all the way to 20, or maybe they go to 5. I don't know. But I think we're going to get greater spell echo gem. So we'll see. There's now a replica gift from above. The nerf Shaper's touch. So now instead of accuracy per 4, no, instead of +4 per 2 intelligence is now +2. So accuracy stackers. Is this because of accuracy stackers? Are all int builds facing the wrath of GGG because of accuracy stackers? Is this why? Could have just given them +1 and be done with it, instead of dragging everybody else down with them. Cybel's Lament 100%. Elemental damage from you and your minions cannot be reflected. This ring will actually see playtime this league. This is huge, and I can see I can see myself using this. You give up 1 damage ring to make sure you can run 1+1 mod. This I can use. This I can 100% use. It just means one of my rings I need to make sure I'm not relying on res, and I just have 1 DPS ring. More utility, less DPS is all that means. Soul Taker now has eats 2 to 4 souls when you kill a rare. So now you have Soul Eater with Soul Taker. Supreme Truth no longer has increased elemental, but now grants Halloween Flame. Unseen Hue drops from Incarnation of Fear. Toxic Rift now treats enemy Chaos Res as inverted and no longer has hits shock. I think that's a buff overall. Treating enemies Chaos Res as inverted is actually... There are no auras to increase Chaos Res, are there? No, they aren't. So you can't intentionally increase a monster's Chaos Res, and they don't naturally have high Chaos Res. So like, if it's that great actually. I mean, it can't. It's not going to be a bad mad modifier, because even Wither doesn't reduce chaos res. It just makes it so they take more chaos damage. So all they need is one chaos res and you're benefiting. If they have more, then it's even better. But compared to shock, I don't know. But it doesn't concern me too much. But item changes. The change does not affect the number of wisdom scrolls. Non-unique. Wait, what? Currency items now account for a signal that you dropped item. This changes to allow currency rewards from slain enemies to be more competitive with other sources in the game. Lowered how much modifier tier rating is granted to rare items generated from King's March. They nerfed King's March shipping rare item generation and Genesis tree, so it's harder to get higher tier mods from there. Okay, that is actually a change I saw coming for Genesis tree. I don't know that I saw the same change coming for King's March, but okay. They also nerfed gambling. Gambling is also there, so that's not great. Relative rarities have been adjusted. Exalted and Regal orbs now drop more commonly. That's good. Increase the penalty to gold and map drops in Breach and Blight monsters. So Blight map farming strats just took a big hit. On top of the other Blight nerfs, by the way. Essence of Insanity now is 60% of hit damage, cannot be reflected. Synthesis implicit is 30%. Influence mods on rings not granted to this cannot be reflected. Watcher's Eye mods cannot be reflected while you have specific auras. Primordial Bond, they halved it. What did Golem buff effect ever do to you guys? Well, next thing you're gonna see the tree notable also took a hit. We are just catching strays because of the Golem stackers. Holy, 07. 07. Low tolerance cluster now has poisons you inflict on non-poison enemies deal 200% increased damage. So I think that is a nerf to Viper Strike of the Mamba, I think. Would be the person that uses this the most. Or the build. Holy Ward, we don't know what it does. Rune Graft of Refraction no longer has skills chain and additional time and now has projectiles chain and additional time. Isn't this... Exang Mines just took a stray. Arcade would love this change. I don't think he's in chat right now. Let me troll it. Let me troll him with this. Where's Discord? Anyways, where were we? That takes care of rune crafts. Removed all crafts that enchant flasks from the horticrafting bench. Wait. What enchant flasks come from harvest bench? I don't remember any flask craft coming from harvests. I feel like I'm forgetting something. These craftings for Hinekara lock to a magic item can no longer be used on corrupted items. Does this mean cannot be used on an item that's already corrupted or to check corruption outcomes? I assume it means on a fully corrupted item, which means no changes to the way I know people are using it, but maybe there's something there as well. All essences. Why did this change take so long? Why 9 to begin with? Then they clarify some descriptions on cluster jewels. All unique maps now have a fee of 2k when purchasing from a merchant tab. Guess that's not bad. Itemized beasts have vastly lower gold fees, and their gold fees no longer depend on the modifiers of the itemized beasts. That's nice. Then these are ruthless specific changes. All right. Honestly, we came out of this patch note eating fucking good. Dawnblow and Absolution got huge buffs, like insane buffs. Spectres, elemental spectres kind of got a nerf where the spectres that converted phase to elemental, like Hydras and Syndicate operatives, they saw a big nerf, huge nerf. But at least they have the levels to kind of help compensate for that. And I think honestly, they also increased level scaling for minions, or at least for specters, to where you're now more incentivized to scale levels in the scaling points where you would be previously, you would be, you know, disincentivized from actually scaling levels past the point because you're getting less per level, but now you're getting more per level past that point. So now you're incentivized to get as high as you can as possibly. Is Soul Rest still good? Soul Rest is still amazing. That being said, it did see an, I won't say indirect nerf, but it saw a reduction in quality compared to the other minion builds because of the fact that Soul Rest provides someone Phantasm skill, and because it's a skill provided by a unique item, it cannot use the corruption items that come with Mirage to give it that extra link. So it's compared to a 6 link, it's -1 link, but it was already +1 link because, you know, it didn't need to occupy a socket. So it was already good. It just, if other builds saw a 25% more damage boost, Soul Rest is still in the same spot. Does that make sense? So it's still good. It's still a very, very strong league starter, but it didn't see the same buffs through the same mechanics that other builds are seeing, essentially. These were like we can't use coin of knowledge is what I mean. So we can't give it a random extra support. These were definitely patch notes. Like just a recap on just how many ways the dominating blow got buffed. Let's just a brief rundown, just to see how insane it is. Number 1, they get this buff. Where is it? Holy Slam skills used by them have 32% more AoE, right? Buff 1. Buff 2, where is Dominating Blow? They increase durations. Cool. Nothing insane there. You have more AoE on your Slam skill, and you also have you also last longer. So like nothing insane. Then you come here and realize they just give the Valve version 33% more damage from here, and then give you more radius on its Thunder ability. And it's like, and then Absolution, of course, got the same treatment. Yeah, Absolution is actually going to be insane for leveling. Like, there is no universe where you would use I guess there's still a universe with SRS versus Absolution, but it's Absolution are just way stronger coming out of this patch. SRS didn't see any changes. These guys were giga buff, 40% more damage on their empowered skill. Now the empowered skill I think has like a CD of like 6 seconds, so like it's not like they're spamming it or anything. But if every single boss fight starts with them just landing this one volley, this one empower skill, if that's just how it starts, that is so much extra burst damage you have, and then it's going to happen again in 6 seconds. So in a much better spot, and the AoE is just going to be very, very good for Claire. Absolution and Dumbblue were definitely the winners of this patch. 100%. Now, there's also a lot we don't know, in that, like, there's support gems we don't know. We don't know a lot of support gems. We don't know a lot of the... What are they called? There's a lot we don't know. Is it TLDR, right? There's exceptional support gems. There are some... I think they actually went through most of the transfigure gems here, somewhere here. No minion skill that I'm aware of got an extra transfigure gem. They all kind of lost, I think. They didn't lose, rather. They all already had, so they didn't gain any. Whereas they added a decent amount of transfigure gems, just none for minions. Holy, what a Thursday. What an actual Thursday. All right, now that we finished patch notes, we've gone through the patch notes. Let's actually go rewatch this guy, because there's so much that I wanted to talk about while the review was going on that I actually couldn't. So give me a second. I need to get water because my throat is feeling a bit dry, and then we'll continue this review, because like I really think this is the league I end up going either Herald of Purity. Probably I will probably go Dumbblue at some point. But give me a second. All right, I am back. So, where were we? Pharaoh Bloodline 2. The Pharaoh Bloodline didn't see anything too insane. I don't like the change to Spectral Tigers, but like I never planned on using them anyways, but they will become an even more niche use case because of the 50% less health. I don't see why they did that. Like, that just seems insane why they would do that, but maybe they're trying to make it so it's only used on minion builds or something. I don't know what the game plan there was for slightly more damage and attack speed, was it? And then the attack speed is good, but it's good for the player. It's not more minion attack speed, it's just attack speed. So all that does is it reduces the number of minions you need to hit the cap. It doesn't actually increase the cap. If I remember, the Pharaoh Bloodline changes too. The time of Dumbblue is at hand. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I actually played Dumbblue during Settlers, unironically. Had fun. But I played it on the tail end of when I was already getting burnt out, and I was tired of using my Val weapon for... I was tired of using my Val weapon for animate weapon because I got tired of, resummoning those fuckers. So I switched to Dumbblue and I used it for a bit. I need to actually give Dumbblue a fair shot. Use Pharaoh 80% more damage every 5 seconds when you use a Warcry. Increased damage, but yes, it's a pretty strong node when you have Warcries in the mix and you don't need any of that bloodline ascendancy. So that just means like your shield charge is going to feel better with less minions and stuff like that. So overall, pretty good QOL change, seen as not too many builds I think could potentially get the maximum benefit before. Because if I remember correctly, you need like, was it 40 minions? I think it was like 40 minions to get the full bonus. So like most people just didn't get that full bonus, even if you're a minion build, unless you're going like Zoomancer or something, you weren't getting that bonus fully at least. All right, let's actually watch this, shall we? This time I'm going to be pausing and talking, so early warning.
Of one of 3 powerful Jinn. The Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn, or Water Jinn. Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of...
Go food and drink, let's go. All right. This is going to end up being what I'll end up spamming early league, because I know that it's going to be between most minion builds will probably use Coin of Knowledge for minion skills, you know. So you're going to be looking for minion speed, you're going to be looking for not Lightning Pen, but maybe Lightning Pen at some point. Oh my god, you know something else that we are going to feel by losing Awakened Gems? Awakened Control Destruction had on Nerve. Awakened Lightning Pen had Lightning Exposure. We're missing out on those guys, so unless we can get a decent source to replace it, that might actually feel rough. Level 1 Elemental Army would be huge too early on for the exposure it would provide, and for the just free exposure. That would replace the exposure. I don't know what would replace the unnerve, or if there'll be greater controlled destruction. Maybe there will be.
3
felt weird to say.
currencies. A coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used. Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example. That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area to area mechanic.
You don't always get 3 gens, 3 different types.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral.
I want to see if they are dropping corpses. That looks like a
Find the
corpse.
tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn. Step by step, weakening whatever dark
I'm pretty sure they have corpses.
plans the Ufarood may have for Rayclast.
Like, I'm pretty sure they have
Which is
corpses,
not
so
the only
new
value
specters
of
at the
Mirages
very
to offer
least.
to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had.
We don't want to think of new specters. I mean, we all know the new specters are going to be us, but we can cope. You know, the seasonal cope of new specters.
Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again. Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a Legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly,
Enigma
the
Strongbox.
mechanic may be empowered with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic.
We got those specters from, is it Act 1 that have horns that give attack speed? Oh, from Tota, you mean? From Tota, the I remember them. The War Callers, I think was what they're called. They gave, I feel like they used to give onslaughts. I feel like they used to give onslaught, but I could be wrong on that. I don't fully remember if it was just generic. I don't remember if it was just generic. Horn blow. Yeah, I think it's Act 6 that has the island. We saw them, and I think we saw corpses there. Not too sure. Yeah, it's onslaught, buffs with onslaught. So this would be a nice buffing Spectre pre perfect Forest Warrior. But perfect Forest Warrior should be better than him because there should be no, this one I think is 10-second uptime or 10-second downtime. I don't know what the duration on the onslaught is. So I'm not entirely sure if it's 100% uptime or not. But you know, Forest Warrior is guaranteed onslaught. I think it's wild that I remembered his name. It's been how many years since Tota, and I just instantly remembered that. Kind of funny.
And are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to
2 years? Yeah, it's been quite a bit.
Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats,
Or players just cannot block anymore, which is apparently not a modifier.
can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass.
Oh shit.
Powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust.
Oh my god. That is so much dust. I didn't even hear this part the first time. Wait. So if your ore gets copied, you might get this hourglass as just a shit ton of dust. So you can actually effectively farm dust in your maps now, kind of. On top of, you know, getting ore that is now used for shipments for currency. Okay. 50 mil shipment, okay. Farming mirror shard, okay, let's do it.
Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarood enemies, infested with blight. This lane can reward a new base type.
Yeah, this is the belt that can be anointed. This belt, depending on the build, not all builds will be able to use it, because some, I don't think this belt is going to replace can I remember the name? Darkness Enthroned. There's no universe where this belt replaces Darkness Enthroned. However, for builds that are like niche dot builds that don't care about the flat damage from, you know, from Ghastly Eyes, there is, you can, and this is obviously not poison, but for generic dot builds, think Sentinel of Radiance or Chaos Golem of Maelstrom or Infernal Legion, all these builds that have our base dot damage and do not care about flat damage in any capacity, they will use this build. They can use this build before like Mage Blood. as an example. But the vast majority of minion builds do care about flat damage, and this belt is not beating a Darkness Enthroned, which is effectively 4 Ghastly Eye Jewels in one slot. Belt is insanely premium on minion setups. It's just not happening.
Allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
Would be really nice if we could use it though.
Imprisoned Jinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages.
I think this is the Shock Nova Transfigure gem that this one. Cast a ring of lightning around you, followed by a larger lightning nova. Each effect hits enemies caught in their area with lightning damage, then repeats with each repeat in the direction of the target. So I think this is what they are actually using. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. This is the gem they keep showcasing, I believe, in the reveal. I believe. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. But I think. All right.
You don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional league content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the gym. So your campaign
I like this
experience
change.
will double down on being more action-packed and
What is
rewarding.
this skin?
Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarood are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes.
I really like what they've been doing with unique items lately, though. This is that helmet from from Egan Maps, I think. Why would you use it on a poison build? Isn't that like... This weapon, I thought about using this in the context of an AG, but this weapon would suck. However, the future version we see, I think that might have potential.
Ancient and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufarood to be transformed into its Maraketh.
That is so clean.
Its glorious original form.
I can imagine how many uniques are going to have these forms and how nice it's going to
For
be.
example, transforms into Sky Sunder.
Like this one, I can see us using something like this with AG, maybe. If somehow we can figure out all the dot implications that involve giving him this instead of like a different item, I can see our AG being a smite bot, an ignite bot essentially. That being said, we wouldn't be converting it from phase because smite already has 50% of lightning that can be adjusted, so that'd be only 50% of base damage. So we'd be literally trying to use flat fire to the best of our abilities alongside all the increased damage we can fit. And I feel like for an ignite setup, this would probably end up just being worse than the items from lastly, I forget the name, Grey Wind. The Grey Wind Fireborn Rat Pit combo. I feel like this one is worse than that. But there is the whole reflecting back at you and, you know, all of that. So, you know, given the RF... Infernal Legion is also not... Wait. What if you use this alongside an Infernal Legion? So you have Ignite going for you, and then you have Infernal Legion. It would have to be a... What's the name of the helmet again? The Harvest helmet that comes with two support gems. Shaco. It would have to be a Shaco to give you a level 35 Infernal Legion on your AG for that to be effective. So then you scale a lot of as much dot multi as you can. You try to give him as much flat fire as you can as well, so his ignites actually do damage, and all of a sudden he's just by being in his presence, you take the ignite damage and you take the Infernal Legion damage. Maybe. I'm not sold, but maybe. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe.
Original Marakith blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area.
And he also comes to you unaffected by ignite, so you don't have to solve with that.
Too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new in-game boss. So,
with level 35 Infernal Legion, the AG is dying? Not really. The damage the AG takes from Infernal Legion isn't scaling with levels, if I remember correctly. But not only is it not scaling with levels, it's not a lot of damage, because I'll just show you. I think it's just a baseline 40% of their max life as fire per second. It doesn't scale past that. This is before res. So you cut that by a third, and they're only taking 10% of their life per second. If they have 75, you can easily scale them to 90% by giving them elemental armor, which is more elemental damage. There's also the mastery that's +8 maximum res. You can get up to 90%, which would reduce this to 4% of their life as fire damage per second. And realistically, if they take this node here, 40% life as extra ES, and they pair it with the helmet, the regen helmets, Mask of the Stitch Demon, they out regen all of these easily. And this is, of course, also ignoring less damage taking modifiers. So this is it's very easy to beat the downside. I have already run AG gems. Give me a second, I'll pull up an old stream of mine. I've used the Infernal Legion on level 31 Infernal Legion on an AG, and it was, you know, pretty chill. Wasn't anything insane. This is the crafting stream, so not that. I want to think it's this stream, but let me just check real quick. Yeah, it is this stream. Okay, found it. So like this stream right here, I had a level 31 Infernal Legion on my AG, and as you can see, enemies just don't really exist on my screen anymore, because they spawn and they start burning and then they die, and then there was big explodes and everything. And my AG is not degenerating as you see over here, because it's just 40% max life. It's easy. It's very easy to reduce. It's actually very, very easy to reduce. Like it's not a concern. But yeah, I think PoE, does PoE 2's Infernal Legion scale the damage they take? Maybe. I want to say no because I don't fully remember. But PoE 2's Infernal Legion is definitely harder to come out net zero. And I think it's mostly because res for minions is a lot harder there as well.
Resh of the Weeping Black.
By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but like his head is literally always attached to the weapon. So he's literally just removing the weapon and that comes with his head. Because like if you look, the bottom of the weapon is like here. It's like somewhere here. They showed a different angle and you can see it get removed for him to hold. Kind of insane.
Also has a set of powerful exclusive items.
Sup, Fake Fox? What am I cooking? I was talking about the new Ignite weapon on AG potentially being paired with Infernal Legion to get a lot of fire dot multi and just going that way. In theory, that's possible. We'll have to see. Screams of the Desiccated. This could be cool if it didn't mean negative MS, but I can see somebody going for this belt if they also plan on going for this the King in the Mist bloodline, because then you can go for cannot use potions, was it? Utility flask are disabled. This one. You can go for Toad's Prize, unaffected by poisons, and then +1 ring, and then use this to get shrines.
Yours for the taking.
No flask means no immune health flask. Explain immune health flask.
If you're able to defeat him. So that's the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a
Yeah, can I just say, the Holy Hammer is such a cool skill. I'm just like, if I was a melee player, there's no universe where I wouldn't play that as like my league start. Like, granted, GGG have been known to potentially, you know, release some things a bit underwhelming in strength, so maybe, but it looks insane in terms of coverage that I'm just like, yeah, there's no way you guys don't have success with this. It's just not possible.
Devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to...
When you say immune health flask, you mean corrupted blood and bleed immunity? Yeah, you can't use that. No potions mean no potions, so you can't even use life flasks.
Call down a hammer of justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade. And
I think you want to use charges with this setup, right?
Power charge when
yeah, power charges
will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more...
You know what would be interesting? Slammers typically don't use power charges because power charges are typically like in the witch area of the tree, and they don't often travel to like those areas. However, they'll have to solve that, but the reward for solving it is insane clear.
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first...
I think affected by no flask still counts that immunity, does it? That'd be weird.
Ever implemented in Path of Exile over 15 years ago.
Wait, no, you're correct, because the modifier says immune to bleeding while if used while affected by bleeding / corrupted blood. So even though you do not get the flasks, if you do not get the flask effect, you still used it while bleeding, so you still got that buff. I think that's how that works. In this case, you just can't use potions, so you can't use it, I think was the verbiage, right? Something like that.
It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your foes with...
I think there's lost potential there. Like, I would have loved if they weren't a, oh, you attack one, they attack one. But I guess you can get minion attack speed, so you still scale minion attack speed to scale their attack speed as well as yours. You scale minion damage because you can get minion damage as well, and then you just go for a hybrid playstyle. Did you mention the buff to Absolution? Yup. More damage, more AoE. Absolution, Dominating Blow. They came out of this patch eating fucking
Shield of
good.
Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked.
It would be very interesting to see. Wait, 25% of physics extra fire. I guess that would also be used for. Wait, does physics extra even count towards ignites? I don't remember. I don't remember. If I remember correctly, last video you invest around 6 ascendancy points into Chaos Bloodline for a perma big one. I don't know if I invested 6 or if I invested 2 into the Chaos Bloodline, but there was a way where you would reduce the duration to get perma uptime on the Valve Absolution, or you go full circle and then you increase the duration and just maximize your soul game prevention window. And it was up to you which version you went with.
Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame.
But I don't
gives
think I
the
put
attack that
6
consumed it
points
a
into it.
significant
I think I
amount of
put
extra fire
4,
damage.
maybe.
But only
I don't
those
fully
who
remember.
inflicts the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of holy sentinels. Or friends, when they're online.
Looking for a party, Bleed Bowl in 2025. In 2026.
Friends,
Lol.
when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places. Such as
I see myself using this one on like a build, or maybe this one.
And the Guardian Ascendancy class.
I think this is also a very strong node in that if you use something like Ancestral Call, I think they would also inflict a Halloween Flame, since this just gives a debuff on melee hits. So this should be able to be applied by stuff like, you know, Ancestral Call or totems. Are there melee totems even?
We also have
Not
another
fully
batch
sure.
of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own.
Giga skill AoE.
You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you...
I think 25% as far as an add-on, doesn't it? With the Hallowed Flame, it is just 25% as fire. Because of the extra fire, I don't believe there's lightning. However, there is a different skill that had both fire and lightning. I don't remember which skill that was that they mentioned, but one of them had.
We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and various improvements to
The fact that they added 3 accuracy clusters, because this is accuracy, this is accuracy, this is dual wielding. Right? This is dual wielding. And then they added a protection mastery for reflect, if I remember correctly. This is Warcry. This is old. Yeah, these were the three they added, I think.
The passive tree, and various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow. We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes. This time with a focus on Guardian and Warden. Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new...
They did so much this patch.
Class. For those that have played the Legacy of Freesia events, this class will seem familiar.
This is also a cool concept that they're going to be refreshing every single season.
That has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widowhail greatly increases...
Let me actually look at the... This is a mace, this is a bow, sword, axe, wand, I think? I don't know what this is. I'm not sure what this is.
Pick from a
but it looks like there's one for every single weapon type. And same with here.
Weapon power. Widowhail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes...
Then this is Scepter, two-handed axe. Is this a shield? Or a person? I don't know what that is. This looks like a cane, but like cane isn't a type in this game, so it's so weird.
Your minions critical strike chance with attacks.
This is Ashramentus, as they said. Oh shit, this is Warped Timepiece. Oh shit. I'm almost so sure this is Warped Timepiece. This, I know what this is. I know what that is. Just by images. There's a unique ring that is not used much, and it's also worthless. That it looks like. It looks like it is. Where are you? Is it Essence Worm? Can't be Essence Worm because that's an unsaid ring. Have I still not seen it? Is it a PoE2 ring I'm thinking about? Wait, hold up. Let me look at this shit again. There's a ring it looks like, but I haven't seen it. I'll go through this slower. Kind of also looks like Andvarius though, but there's some differences. Yeah, it definitely isn't. It definitely isn't that. I feel like It's a ring from PoE1. I could be wrong. It might be a PoE2 ring is what that means. If I genuinely can't find it, then I think it might be a PoE2 ring, not PoE1. Which would make it even more curious as to what it is. Yeah, I can't find it. The ring from last epoch? Is it possible it's from last epoch? Let me check PoE2. PoE2 wiki. It might actually be. There's no way. It might actually be because now that I think about the art style, it reminds me of last epoch. I think it actually might be the same ring we're both thinking about. I think it might be the same ring. Fucking troll. Send me on a wild goose chase. Oh look, this is converts enemy physical damage. It's a unique belt that was popular in Merc League. Where are you? Why are you taking so long to show up? Why don't I remember the name? It was enemies' physical damage gets converted to fire damage. And it was like a 25%. But it is not showing up here. But I do know this one is PoE1. Combs Binding. That's the one. Combs Binding versus this. I wish I could zoom in. I think I see some differences, so maybe not.
Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a...
Because this is Astramentus's image. And this is Nova Projector's image. So this I'm pretty sure is Warped Timepiece. This is Shaper's tier. It's not Shaper's seed. It's an amulet. It looks like Shaper's seed, but it's not. It is. It's not. I know the one it is. It's one that gives purity, tier of purity. It's this one, Purity of Elements, early res. So we'll probably give Purity of Elements. I think that's the skill. So this is tier of purity. Is there a universe? This is, it can't be servitude of, it kind of looks like, this kind of looks like two different belts. This is Warped Timepiece. So we know what this is. 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 We aren't 100% on this. And we don't know what this is. This was Widow Hill. This might be Kingmaker or Soul Taker. But I think it's Kingmaker, actually. This is Kingmaker. Let's see if we can see the hilt. It's not. Okay, so this sharp edge should be. It's probably not it. This is Kitava's something. Kitava's thirst. Kitava's feast. Thirst. I think it's thirst. No. Kitava something. Yes, Kitava's feast. This one is Kitava's feasts. 100%. So these are the stats we can expect from there. I don't fully know this or this or this. Besides this guy, I don't think any of these would actually have Minion Beard, and this one just looks weird. So I don't know. Now for here, this is How Crack. This is the Warcry guy. The boot is March of the Legion. Shield is Squire. March of the Legion, you mean here? Is it? You said March of the Legion. Which one is that? Isn't that the Aura one? It can't be this, because the whole point of this, I guess it could be level of socketed auras, but they already have a different one that is Aura, Victoria's Influence. So I don't think they would put Aura here. I think this one. I think this one. Let's see. It does kind of look like it though. It does kind of look like it, but the boots are facing different directions, I think. I think because this is pointing directly at the camera, whereas this is slightly off. I think it looks like wind screams. I definitely think it looks like wind screams. Actually, no, it's not wind screams. It's not Tempest Rising. Or is it? Probably not. But the foot shape is like this. And I assume there aren't too many boots that are placed like that. It's not Bones of Valor. How many boots could it be? I guess it could be Death's Door, but I feel like this is still slightly off. I think it's still slightly off, so it's not Death's Door. Maybe? Wait. I feel like it's this one. I feel like it's Veruso's Ambition. I feel like this is the one. This is the Ascendancy. There isn't anything else here that fits it more. I think it's Veruso's Ambition. I think this is the Ascendancy. Which would make the Ascendancy the Ravenous skill, which actually fits an Ascendancy, by the way. Where you gain more damage against enemies with the same category and less damage taken from those same categories. I think it's Veruso's Ambition. I'm almost sold on it. Now for the shield. The shield they already revealed it. They already revealed the shield. It is Kiloa's something.
in power against incoming hits.
Kilowatt's Bluster, it's huge. It's a huge shield. Yeah, it's this guy. Big ass shield. Oh, it's not even. Wait, it's not the one I had in mind. But yeah, this is the ascendancy for the shield. Doesn't have the details in the front, so it would have been very hard to actually tell which one this is, because this kind of looks like there's a unique shield. It looks like it kind of looks like this guy with the angle it's facing. Actually, no, it's not pointed up, so I guess you can actually kind of tell based off of the angle it's facing that it's probably this one. Does Squire face the same direction? Oh, it does, actually. It's the same angle. Lacking physical mitigation, and they keep removing physical mitigation. It's kind of wild. What on earth could this be? This is like the weirdest shape in this entire ascendancy. I don't know what this is.
From a unique
Like, what the fuck is this? A chess piece? Maybe? You think it's a Oh, wait. Is this Cybele's paw? Could it be? Unique gloves, I think. I don't think they're claws. Where is it? Maybe they're claws. Claw would actually be fitting here. Unique claw. Cybele's paw. Increase spell damage per chance to block attack. It has a shine, what looks like a shine there. It might be, it might not be. The shape is definitely on the right path. I feel like it's Cybele's paw, but I could be wrong. I'm not completely sold. If we look at gloves, these are all weapons. So I'm inclined to believe it is a weapon, in which case Cybele's paw makes sense. Whereas a glove here doesn't make sense because these are all weapons, these are all weapons, these are all jewelry. So yeah, I do think this is Cybele's paw. That's the missing one here. This one, I don't know what this is. I feel like it's kind of distinct, so it should be relatively easy to tell, but I don't care enough. None of these are minion items except Mata's teaching in any case. This helmet looks like Katarina's helmet, kind of, unless I'm misremembering how it looks like. What is her helmet called again? Eldritch battery helmet. No, it's not. Okay, it's not. It is Ultimatum helmet. Or Trial Master. More of mischief? No. What is the name of that Ultimatum helmet that allows you to corrupt it over and over again? Trial Master. Is it actually an Ultimatum unique? Glimpse of Chaos. Probably not. That's a probably not. It looks like they're facing different directions. More of conquests. like as something it could be. Yes, it's more of conquest. This is it. This is 100% it. Is it? Wait, it kind of looks like this is looking right, but I see the juts to the top of the crown that this one has. And to be fair, if you were to zoom this all the way out, does it look like it's facing the wrong direction? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I do think I see the little juts.
Weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver.
I think it
Or
is.
Master's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your crown jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from.
All right, we've seen this.
You to giving you a huge boost to all your attributes.
Do those stack with passives like Widow Hill passive? I think Widow Hill will stack. I think Astra Mentis will stack as well. I think it depends on the verbiage of the item, because during Frisia, Cloak of Flame stacked. As an example. What is this? Oh, someone already did this. Prosperous Protection. Yeah, I would have gotten that. Tear of Purity, Essence of Gluttony. I think Essence of Gluttony gives impurity of elements or something, right? Burden of Truth. Yeah, I'm not sure what this one is. Cardigan's Authority. Oh, this is the Totem Axe. Yeah. This is Cardigan's Authority, 100%. I don't know Heartbreaker. I don't know what this is. Burden of Shadows. Windscream. No, not Windscream. This is... We found this one. I forget the name, but... More of Conquest, Kiloavas, Halcrack, yes. Terminus Est, Jack the Axe, Kitava's Feast, yes. Widow Hill, Starforge. Yeah, I don't know what this one is. Yeah. Overall, pretty accurate from what we got. For the ones we got, at least. Like this, we knew. This, we got. This, obviously, this. We also said Warp Timepiece as well. Warp Timepiece was really the factor where I was like, oh wait, they do look like their icons. Oh wait, I know what this is. Kind of cool. Comments are all deleted. Yeah, it's... I feel like I should... Give me a second. I'm just going to permit Reddit real quick as a link so it doesn't do that again. But I can still see your comments. Like I can still see them, so you don't need to worry about that. But yeah. All right, Reddit is now allowed, so shouldn't do that again. In theory, of course. You can never be too sure with this.
Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one.
But with what we know now, I don't think there's too much... I don't think there's too much hope for Minion building Reliquarian this season.
Time to move on to the end game.
There's Mata's teaching, and there's like some defensive boost that can come with the Reliquarian, but like there is no offensive in there, unless Mata Stitching really just enables your build.
With this expansion,
In which case, you then go for a bloodline.
giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few in-game updates...
Comboing it with, yeah. So, off the top of my head, if you really want Mata Stitching, it means you really want crits. If you're going change the command as an example, and you're trying to get Mata Stitching so you can really scale crits on them, then all of a sudden you're looking at Katarina for the more damage at low life ascendancy. Pretty good for that setup. You might also look at, if you have Warcries, there's also Mr. Einhauer over there with his increased damage with Warcry, minion damage. So that's also there. They should put Scion's last lab like Diablo 3, where you can put your favorite unique as a passes. So that would be so nice. That would be wild, but that would be so much work for them to implement. But that'd be cool. That'd actually be really cool.
Zana's story. How she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, the War for the Atlas...
Farborn still exists. Yeah, Farborn still exists. Whether this is not an of the Atlas expansion, if they are updating the story. They kind of started updating the story from 3.26 because they added the originator and they revealed that it was Zana that was, you know, behind the scenes there. So, and this is the expansion that they talked about a bit in that point on the end game. That being said, it is, but that was Secrets of the Atlas. You do have a point there. You do have a point. Mirage of the Atlas?
We had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of...
my favorite thing about the Atlas rework that they showcased today, it is that we kind of knew how to engage with the Atlas in 3.26, 3.27, 3.25. We were kind of very, very good at engaging with the Atlas. And like at that point, we knew, okay, just, you know, this is how you scale your tree. This is what you do. This is how you breach through Atlas progression and everything. And my favorite part about this change is that now there are so many new access to juicing that we don't actually know anymore. We're going to have to try shit out, see what works, see what doesn't, and that it makes it feel very fresh. It makes it feel like more of a new game than 3.26 into 3.27 expansion was, right? Because it's not just, oh, now there's breach, but you're engaging with the Atlas the same way. It's now everything is different. From the moment you touch maps, just how you interact with unlocking your points. Very different. Feels very different. So really looking forward to it. I don't know how I feel about the whole, is the astrolabe thing. They are called astrolabes, right? Put this here. Is it astrolabes? Yeah, I don't know how I feel about astrolabes because they added a keystone passive to the tree to where you can run this map and it takes it from somewhere else. But I think they also mentioned something about being able to like get to the vault very quickly if you like cut this in half or something. So like if I'm running this one and it takes this guy, it takes this and then it takes this, that cuts off here, and all of a sudden I think this just goes away or something. I forget how it works. So I hope it takes from it's actually intentionally takes from the edges and you don't just gimp your juicing by taking that keystone, because I mean I would probably be an enjoyer of that keystone.
List of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
I wonder if from the moment we unlock the atlas, if it would still be like before, where from the, can I find the picture of the from here, this is a level 1 and it scales out to level 16, and the same thing for here, and the minimum tier you can run like here is tier 6. I feel like that's how they would do it, but it's also possible you can run tier 1 anywhere. Very, very possible.
That Mesa may
We'll have to see.
Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device.
Because like you can very quickly see some of these are red, some of these are yellow, some of these are white. So I assume that is what is going on here.
Map run, and then run it again, or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice.
Like they've shown us going tiers higher. Like we just use a red map on a yellow map strand, but they haven't shown us using like a red on a white, or using a white on a red, you know.
This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of
oh look, this is where it is. I was wondering where they would put it,
or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can.
I just need to know if Regifilers are still there and where. I think they're still there. Nightmare maps still exist. They take the place of T17s, and they are actual maps with more than just bosses. But we'll have to see.
Seamlessly swap to your boss farming atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now,
I am like 70% sure that they are still in the game. I want to say 80% sure.
A whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the atlas
Litz is really anti-Regifilers.
has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look
What
at
is?
before
Oh, this is Malkun.
and after.
So like these, I think, are like the T17 maps. Maybe I don't know what this is actually, but like they're supposed to be at the edge, and what the fuck is this or this? Maybe these are the T17 maps. No, this is Mini Exile and Eta. This is, I don't know what the fuck this is. This is Maven. This is someone else. I can't see it too clearly, and this is blocking this guy. These are the synthesis maps. So I assume maybe this is Cortex. What are these things that look like you're holding pieces of paper? 80% are gonna cry. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure, like, when we get to the point where they talk about nightmare maps, we'll pay extra attention. The one on top corner, they say, is the new boss. Oh, so one of these, so this top left, this guy is the new boss. It looks like there's still like dotted lines going off of it though, like off screen. I don't know about new Scion. Can we still pick old ascendants or just new passives? There are two Scion ascendancies now. So you can go ascendant, which is the one we are used to, or you can pick the second ascendancy, which is reliquarian, and then you can pick those unique items in its ascendancies. And every season they're going to shuffle what items are there so that it feels fresh, essentially. So if you make a reliquarian build, it is not evergreen. It could literally have an expiration date.
You will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots.
Oh look, yeah, these are the dots I was talking about. So yeah, this is this into Cortex. These fights will give you Cortex, yes. These are Shaper Guardians, it looks like. What is this symbol again? I feel like this is just a completed map symbol, but I could be wrong. This is probably, maybe this is the last map they completed or something. And I don't know this symbol, but these look like Shaper Guardians, so this should be Shaper, I would assume. Shaper Synthesis. I assume maybe these are Maven fights or something, but why are they tiny? But like, look, actually, they actually drew Elder. They drew Elder and Shaper. It's kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool.
In addition,
I like it.
all content accessed from your map device.
This is Alva Temple. Light. Simulacrum. Breach. Syndicate Medallion.
Now exists physically on the Atlas.
Something.
Everything available in the endgame.
Hollow Grandmasters.
Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed.
I am not touching Oaxaca Rarura. Lord knows I'm not touching it.
Around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places. And
so we didn't get any QL on AG. Some cool builds there, but the gearing and having them die permanently for maps still ass. Yeah, I really don't like the whole, oh, he died in the map. Yeah, the GG. The map is done. Roll the next one. I don't like that. Like, I really don't like it. It's a big step in a better direction from where they were initially, where they would die permanently. But it could still use work. It could still use work. Yeah. The AG and player die together. The player comes back. AG is like, nah, G. We're done with this map.
actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's action.
Don't know you res Spectre and not AG. You res Spectre automatically, yes, but you don't res your AG. It's kind of very weird. I'm very curious to see what all the astrolabes look like. I'm sure there's going to be one for every mechanic, which will use, you know, said mechanic. And this also means we no longer really need to use scarabs that just add a mechanic to a map. That being said, I feel like this somewhat feels like busy work, but they were trying to reduce that. But like, I guess we'll see how it plays out.
Now has a new goal.
That's what the portal cost is for. I mean, you won't catch me disagree. It is It is very rough the way they implemented it. I don't know why they chose that way. I guess they wanted to still be punishing, but like Jesus, it really deters you from trying to do like juiced content with Chains of Command, because like the last season I wrote Chains of Command Merc League, I had a very strong setup, and I was able to successfully do blights, but like it felt like every 1 in 3 blights there'd be a chain of events, no matter how much I geared, like how much I spec into my Aegis defenses. And I did spec into a lot of his defenses. I went very hard on it. But every 1 in 3 blights, because of just the nature of blights and like the mods from T16.5s, because you get like all these different damage mods that could multiply to each other and become very deadly, the AG would eat shit. And all of a sudden, it's just done. That map is just done. So that wasn't a fun experience. And like, I feel like me going -1 portal should be reason enough, should be punishment enough, but yeah, I apparently beg to differ. I did 2 different AG builds in Keepers because I enjoy suffering, apparently. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. For literally any other content, including T17s, it was fine. But like T16.5 blights, was where that AG drew the line and said, "Yeah, I'm not living. All right, no matter what you want to do, I am not living." Actually, he lived. He actually got pretty tanky, but like I said, like every 1 in 3 maps I would fail because he died, and that just felt ass with the investment on a perma basis. Wait, what? Oh my lord. I didn't know that. So basically what I'm hearing is that once your AG dies in the map, there is a Boolean value that gets triggered. And so long as that Boolean value says true or AG dead, no matter what character you come into the map with, it's just going to check that value and it's going to your AG. The message was that an anime guardian died already. Wait, so did you test if someone else's AG died? Would yours also just go? Or is this just on a per account basis? I'd be so curious. Like, that is so... I don't know why they would do it that way. Like, it feels very punishing for literally no reason. Like, there's actually no reason why it's that punishing. I don't know why they removed the Spectre buff from last league. I wasted so much time to find good Spectres that work to the phase modifier, and now they completely removed it and then just buff them. Now the same fraud barrels are full broken and nothing even comes close anymore. I really wish they would look at underperforming Spectres and like, you know, do a sweep, but I know that's unrealistic. I know not to expect it. The nerf was definitely unfortunate because all that mechanic did was it gave less popular physical specters viability. Without that buff, syndicate operatives are back to being D tier at best. Like, they finally got to B tier, maybe low A tier even, and now they're just back in relegation. So it's definitely unfortunate because, like I said, they actually buffed Frostbearers and they buffed Wretched Defilers, which didn't benefit from that change. They didn't benefit in the slightest, so it was a more even playing field, and now the gap is back. So It is what it is. I'm curious as to the decision they made. I'm pretty sure the reason, if I'm being honest, I think the reason we got the nerf is because it was unintentional. I think that is the only reason it got nerfed, is because they didn't intend for that to be a Ray Spectre buff, and as such, they just undid it. But like, they undid it without actually looking at the state of Spectres, and that's very unfortunate. Do you recommend starting with Absolution Necro this league? Edvaro, thank you for the compliment, appreciate it. Do I recommend Absolution Necro? I think Absolution Necro would be a very, very decent starter. They got really buffed, like really buffed. Let me think about it a bit. You can't go wrong with Absolution, by the way. They scale very well. I'm more so now just thinking about getting Val Absolution up permanently. And if I remember correctly, there are two ways to do it. There was a YouTuber I saw who did it the way we did in Freesia, where he was able to reduce the soul game prevention time to below. He reduced it to below the Val Absolution duration by using Might of the Meek and clever use of game mechanics. He was able to achieve that, which was very, very smart on his part. And then there's the way I propose, where you just say fuck the soul game prevention, you giga scale the duration, and you just have your Val Absolution lasting as long as it possibly can. And then you're using the Trial Master Ascendancy to make sure you can cast it like 5 times, was it? I think it was like 5 times. Or 4 times. I know there was some variance there, but you could use that to cast it multiple times without needing more souls, and you'd use that to complete your map essentially. But you would have to complete your maps within a timer, otherwise you'd run out of Val Absolutions to use, and you have to leave your map and come back so that you reset the soul game prevention. All this to say, Absolution Necro is a very good choice. Very viable. It's way stronger this league than it was last league. I haven't played a Minion build in years, but Absolution got me for some reason. Is this good for mapping or bossing? Maybe both. It's very good for mapping and bossing. It's very cost efficient, and when you go Doriani, the damage explodes as well, so it becomes even better for both of these scenarios. And because you're able to use, let me pull up what my I can pull up what my Freesia gameplay looked like for Val Absolution. It's not going to be exactly the same, because the way I achieved Perma Innocence was kind of different. However, this is what Claire would look like. Or this is what Claire looked like. This is full Doriani setup, high budget. This was high budgets. Everything died. I don't remember if I did showcases here on this stream, but it was a very smooth experience, and for the most part, you just had to make sure your Val Absolution didn't expire so that you wouldn't need an Absolution to replace it. But I don't remember if I had Explode AG here or not, but I know I went to Explode AG for even better clear. Like, you can see how quickly things died as soon as they get into my Doriani range. And Absolution, they were already very strong on lower investments because they were already an efficient minion. But these buffs just make it so they're even more efficient now. So on the lower end, they're much stronger. On the higher end, they're also stronger. The second method is useless when you're dead or facing a boss. When you're facing a boss, it's not useless. It just takes a bit more time to gather souls. So it's definitely weaker versus versus bosses, but both the first version's only advantage in that scenario is that it has like a few seconds, like 2-3 seconds to gather souls before it expires. And that is not enough time on bosses to regather your absolution. So you typically would still want to over get souls before you start the loop, just to make it comfortable.
And is determined to stop Xana's destruction.
It's not the best for like out of map bosses. So if you're trying to do invitations, it's not the best for that because there's ramp up to summon your absolution. Then after you summon your absolution, you have to wait until you have enough souls for Val absolution. And if you think you don't have the damage to just blow him up, then you might want to over get souls so that you can actually keep him for longer. And then you start the chain. So it's not better for out of map bosses, but for like T17 bosses, it's fantastic because you just go in there with your already formed army and you just kill stuff. Is any minion build good for bossing? There are minion builds that are good for bossing, specifically like out of map. Wretch Defiler is pretty decent once you have your Doriani. Before Doriani, Frostbearers are good for for bossing before then. Who else is really good for bossing? AG of Smiting has different builds that are very good for bossing, but Claire could be a bit so-so with AG of Smiting, depending on how you set it up. Yeah, AG of Smiting is like one of the best bossing builds out there. Holy Relic is also really good for bossing, though it is poison dot cap, but like, you know, it gets to dot cap relatively easy, I think. Then if you give him multi-strike gloves, my problem with AGL Smiting is you need to find a way to give him phasing if you want his clear to be good, because he needs to be able to actually go to the targets he's targeting, because AGL Smiting's AI is kind of dumb. It's kind of he's a bit on the special side, let's say, because like I remember the first time I tried to make a build with only AGL Smiting using some uniques at the time, and from the moment, and I leveled a new character up until like level 60 something. And at the time, I didn't think about giving him phasing, but I noticed instantly, like my guy would just go to a pack and just stand still. He'd just be staring at them. Why? Because he has aggroed on somebody in the middle of the pack and he can't get to them. So he's not retargeting. He's just standing, staring until he can get there. And that is very, very off. I will try another AGL Smiting build using Censure of Benevolence, or Censure of Benevolence requires a link, so maybe I figure maybe I give him the Shaper boots that give you phasing if you've killed recently. That is the easier source of phasing, but it's also less reliable because you can't just enter a pack phasing already. So it really easy to roll extra strikes. Yeah. I really like extra strikes, and I feel like I would not go AGL Smiting without extra strike because it's so much clear, especially when you're able to get his damage up. But that being said, if you want your AGL Smiting to do a boatload of damage, it's like you have to stack something typically, and that might be armor stacking or player life stacking. During Freesia, there was also strength stacking, and honestly, there still might be strength stacking. Maybe not. We'll have to see what it looks like, because like Freesia, your AG got all the strength from you, and now you just cut that in half. So all these strength related bonuses kind of are not as great. So probably still worthwhile, but not nearly as much as it would have been during free share, of course.
by making use
You did life stacker and keeper? Yeah. Life stacking is really good because he gets a boatload of like flat fire, and he uses Fireborn Ratpith to get increased spell damage and increased spell damage, increased dot was it? And then he'd use Crown of Eyes to convert the spell damage to attack damage at 150% value. So you stack as much life as you could, which would give him flat fire, it would give him increased damage, and no, you didn't need increased dot. You would give him crits. I think it was crit chance, right? So he would also get crits, something like that. Or is it spell crits? I don't fully remember the setup with the Fireborn Ratpith, but there was a very particular setup anyways.
of a mysterious new discovery, arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions. For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to...
What are these, I wonder? This is Exarch. This is Maven, I think. So I assume this is Eta.
to have an additional abyss, or a
I guess it's
blighted region.
I guess it's how you choose your influence now, seeing as the map, this is the map device, right?
Adds a blight encounter.
I tried it without extra strike targets and it was rough. Yeah. I imagine without extra strike targets, it's insanely more single target, because then you can go like Soul Eater gloves. There are multiple different options you could do with without plus target, but plus target is just like, if he's your only DPS minion, you need him to be able to clear, and you can't exactly put him with an explode AG, so you kind of need a source. So I'm big on plus targets. It's huge.
Completing the
No
content
reason to
added
skip
by
it.
the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced. Finally,
The
at
juicing
the end of the
potential.
region of maps, once you have successfully rid the Atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the Atlas.
Energy Blade.
So you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward.
07 to it, by the way.
One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault. to
Everybody
acquire
wants
valuable
Zealots.
currency items.
I don't see why you wouldn't go for Zealots.
This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system,
Completing a map objective within a shaped region instead collapses a different map within the shaped region. By default, when you do this, within it collapses, removing itself from the region. All maps to gain additional modifiers in cases where... In cases where the shaped region would become bisected, only the region with the most connected maps will remain. So that's how you speed up vaults, by basically cutting the region in half and then cutting it in half again. Okay, so this is what I was worried about. If it takes from a different map within the shaped region, it in theory is not going to always optimally pick the one that will not cut it in half, and as such you might end up with less juice on that your one map, but you are running that one map, so pros and cons, I guess. The new Marshal of Divinity of Guardian that has 10% physical damage extra lightning for each of the has been removed by an allied up to 80% only affects you. Yep. It is a self modifier, so it's only affecting your damage. It's highly promoting a hybrid playstyle where you deal damage and your minions deal damage. And a setup like that would probably use the different spiritual nodes, so spiritual command and spiritual aid, for your minion damage, your increased minion damage to affect you and your minions attack speed affect you, and then you skill these two modifiers the most to the best of your abilities. And I don't know how you'd get yourself as much flat damage from different sources as possible, and just hope your multipliers are enough. I don't think it'll be great, but that's what that node is trying to promote in any case. Oh, 100% it would have been insane if minions got it.
While still wanting
That would have been really good.
Over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory.
This was such nice.
Your Atlas to that location with
There isn't greater spell echo,
the map already placed,
right?
ready to run.
That's just unique.
When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or
Wonder
to
Guardian
fight
type.
conflict, if
Surely,
you have the
right?
fragments to
Elemental
access them in your
Wonder.
inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot. That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time.
I don't like that they did not reduce the grayscale of Delirium. I would have liked if I got a bit more color on my Delirium maps. And Delirium is still best for farming juice content because it still it still has its multiplayer on like PoE2, right? Devil Look, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
Time doing what you
I think it still has all the benefits that they removed from PoE2, which means still have to do Deli. But I appreciate more color. Like whenever I don't do Deli, I have this moment where I think, oh shit, the game is colorful because the past 20 maps have been nothing but grayscale.
love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment. We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section.
Wait, let me go back for
Atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone.
also those spots we saw are for Voidstones. Weren't there only 4 of them, like on each corner? Oh, this doesn't have the corners. There were 4 of them, and we already had 4 Voidstones. How would that work? Unless there's a 5th one I didn't quite see.
Which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No
Yeah,
more
these-
getting turned into a slug
Jeez.
for simply using skills.
Don't remind me of this
And
second
no
modifier.
more
Show us
being
ass.
capable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed, However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas,
Eta and Exarch void stones combine. They do? Wait, what? Really? Where were the void stones again? They showed one void stone. It was in the patch notes? Void stones. The structure of the Atlas has also changed. You now begin exploration center with each corner housing one of your 4 void stones. It's now obtained by killing both Shaper and Elder. I saw this. You now receive a void stone from killing both Exarch and Eta instead of 1 from each. Oh. The extra void stone that this leaves is now obtained from killing the Incarnation of Dread. Try getting that void stones. I'll be able to. Okay. How do I feel about that? I don't mind it too much. It's still 4. I don't like that I'm forced to do Incarnation of Dread now, but like I was always going to do it anyways. So like it's fine. Incarnation of Dread, however, is a much harder fight. It's a much harder fight than Exarch and than Quest Exarch and Eta, even in Quest versions. No fast to yeah, exactly. So now you have Maven, you have Shaper Elder, you have Exarch Eta, and you have Incarnations. And keep in mind, to do Quest Incarnation of Dread, you need to do Quest Trauma and Loneliness, or is it Neglect and whatever the last guy is? I don't remember. Neglect and Fear? I think it's Fear, Dread, and Neglect. I don't know. Too many things. But yeah, now you get 1 Void Stone, which means it's good that T17s aren't the same way, because if the old Atlas landscape stayed, that would have been a big pain point. But because T17s aren't as big of a deal, they will likely not be as expensive, and as such, getting to 4, that was one of the biggest things of getting to 4 void stones. It was, oh, you just don't drop T16s on T17s until you have like 3 or 4. All the practice runs, I mean now those practice runs are effectively 1 stone. I mean, and so much is changing in the Atlas that's, I don't know. But I mean, the practice runs are still valid because it still shows that the build is, it still shows the relative strength of the build at different points of progression. The points of progression are going to be different now, that's for sure. But a strong low budget build will still be a strong low budget build, you know?
Atlas will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight,
I can't even imagine doing.
Scarab of the Exceptional.
Can you guys imagine doing this on a minion build? Because I can't. How would your minion survive this?
Will place a true
like just look at this shit. Just look at this shit.
Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this Exile is not to be trifled with.
How on earth would minions survive that encounter?
Also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond.
The only way minions survive that is by literally one-shotting him. That is the only way. And in my head, I'm thinking AG or smiting just because that has insane burst damage, like insane like DPS uptime. But even then, the AG or smiting will probably die trying to kill it. Maybe he succeeds in killing it after he's dead. I don't know. But like, It is wild.
To appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage.
I don't know if this is that good of a node, but I don't think this. I still don't think this is that good of a mode. Because 5% chance to fracture of a modifier, like if you get the jackpot on the right base, sure, but like you need to get a good base and a good modifier. So I feel bad for Theo. How many builds did he? I saw the Reddit post. How many builds did he actually go for 2 stones? It is so heady. Fucking mad lad. Just for them to say, oh yeah, the Atlas is not gonna be the same.
And Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the The Paths Not Taken Keystone.
One every day. Yeah, she was insane. I mean, now at least he can say those were his times for 1 Void Stone. Should I bother reading or watching notes? I think for minion changes, you want a summary or you want to know if there are enough minion changes. There are a decent amount of minion changes. There are a decent amount of changes that affect minions. If you haven't seen the reveal, it is insane, and I do highly recommend you watch it. It is quite insane how much content we're getting this season. So 100% recommend you watch it. That's what I have to rewatch it so I can actually go over a lot of some. I can actually reprocess a lot of the different things and talk a bit about it. But like, for example, for minion changes in the patch notes, Dumblo got giga buffed. Absolution got giga buffed. Spectres lost their early conversion buff. So the phase to early conversion that we were taking advantage of last season was nerfed or was removed, but then they get generic Spectres get a slight buff in that past level 20. Past level 20, you get extra minion levels per level of the gem. So every Spectre kind of eats good from that, but physically just ate shit for it, basically. Then reading this for you for stream as you watch it. Then what else changed? AG of smiting got buffed. They literally doubled the more damage multiplier it came with. It's inherent like 36% more. They doubled that shit, and I assume they doubled it at every level, so it's way more damage. And the entire end game is very different. Awakened gems are gone, no longer exist, replaced by exceptional gems. It's a lot. It is a lot. Atlas is very different. Map device crafts no longer exists. You can get 2 maps for the price of 1. There's so much. I can't summarize it because it's so insane. No new minions. We kind of got a new minion, but it's kind of not really a minion. We basically got holy skills. And one of these holy skills, when you hit an enemy, it summons a minion, but the minion only attacks when you attack. So it's kind of like living lightning, but but there are minions that are attacking alongside your attack, if that makes sense. But no insane new minion that we have to try, no. And then Dumblo got changed a bit. It got buffed and everything, but I think they kind of probably tweaked the minions AI and stuff like that. Herald of Purity also saw a slight buff. Basically, holy minions in general got a slight buff. So Absolution, Herald of Purity, Dumblo, but Dumblo and Absolution being the bigger winners in between those two. What else was changed that's big for minions? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Elementalist lost Golem buff effect, so that was sad. Guardian got the hallowed flame debuff, which only applies to allies. You can't consume it yourself, but allies that consume it gain 25% of Fizzle's extra fire damage. Yes, it's a 2-week league for you. I think you should watch the reveal. I think you should genuinely watch it, because even playing the same build, in theory, this is not a 2-week league. Oh yeah, Sentinel of Radiance lost its duration. Now it's a permanent minion. You still have to resummon it every map, but it's permanent as well. That was also another change. Overall, it was a lot. It was a lot. I don't think I'm forgetting any big changes when it comes to. I feel like there are certain buffs I'm forgetting, but it's kind of still fine. Yeah, 100%. I still wouldn't play Guardian over Necro unless I was doing like Dumb Blow. Dumb Blow I could consider it because I am using melee hits anyway, so Hallowed Flame could be very, very juicy. I have issues visualizing how well Hallowed Flame would actually work on a, one hit to one basis, because if you have, let's just look at designs, right? You can only have 2 Hallowed Flame debuffs on each enemy at a time. You have 9 normal absolution or dominating blows. You have 3 rares, which are the Val dominatings, and you have 3 Val dominations, and you have 1 rare regular dominating or something like that. How does that work again? I forget. I'm just going to pull it up here. Oh yeah, Sion got a new ascendancy, and that ascendancy has Matters teaching in it. So potential minion build there as well. So keep that in mind. Dominating blow. I feel like it was 9 normal, 3 rare, 3 magic, and 1 rare. So 14. And then you can have 3 Vow dominations on top of it. Yeah. To get you a maximum of 17 minions. So yeah, if you have 17 minions and you're applying 2, let's even say you're applying 2 stacks of Hallowed Flame, which you're applying 1, but let's say 2 per hit. Only two of your minions will benefit from that, and now you're back to square one. So I struggle to see how Hallowed Flame would be a consistent buff to minions. That is the one thing I'm struggling to visualize, because like, unless the replica gift from above applies it very, very quickly, in which case that would be the way to go, and then you try to scale your consecrated ground AoE. But like, other than that, I don't know. Oh yeah. But that, you see, the gem thing is part of the general season mechanic changes, so I'm not going to classify that as a minion specific change, but it is a huge buff for minion build and how it is built in that process. If you're going to watch the reveal video, I don't want to spoil it, Yako, because it's very, very strong. But if you want me to spoil it, let me know. Spoil it anyways.
Which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last,
Spoiler away.
we've also made some changes to King's March shipping.
Oh yeah, King's March shipping was like, this is going to be my league starts mechanic, because I'm going to use this and print currency. I hope. I genuinely feel like the Scarabs would be expensive for King's March, and maybe it won't be as viable. But that being said, I guess there will be some crops that will give you scarabs, so maybe that's also a viable reason to keep farmers going. Lost interest already. All right, spoil away. TLDR, we have a new way to corrupt gems, and by corrupting them this way, they get an extra support gem. Basically using a coin of power on a level 20 gem, we can get something like this where the gem gets an implicit where it is supported by an extra support gem. So there are 3 different coins of power. There's one for strength support gems, there's one for intelligence support gems, there's one for dexterity support gems. So you can have level 1 minion damage as an example on it, or whatever else. Level 1 minion speed, elemental army. There's a lot here as a potential support gem. And then of course you have seasonal mechanics where and you can kind of see this as a minion buff, but just a generic buff. Basically, the Mirage is going to clone a portion of your maps, and that portion of your maps can be twisted in certain Mirage ways. So all the different league mechanics have league specific have Mirage specific drops that they can drop or that it can be altered by the Mirage mechanic. So Delirium, for example, can drop a new orb that rerolls the implicit on cluster jewels. So in theory, you can have let's say exerted attacks medium cluster. You can fracture warning call that gives, is it warning call? I don't remember the name, but that gives allies onslaught when you war cry, and then use that orb to reroll the implicits on the cluster jewel to then switch it to minion life and then gain other minion modifiers that way. And you don't have to full send like a non-minion cluster in this regard. After Golem buff effect and no new minion. Yeah, Golem buff effect was giga nerfed this league. It's wild. They took that shit out back by association. That's the minion, by the way. I don't know if you saw it, but I know you're not interested. But like, that was the minion in this the third one. Of course, this is the minion here. These ones, they use your main hand weapon, kind of like enemy weapon of self-reflection, but they proc when you hit enemies with, I don't think the skill is here, but one of these skills. Yes, I got a new ascendancy that could work for minions. And new unique items and new ways to craft gear. Like this is an example of an essence that came from the Mirage. It's a new essence, and there are probably going to be more of these. This is juice, harvest juice from Mirage as well, etc. Lots of changes to the way we're going to interact with the end game. Lots of juicing changes, especially. So very hype about it. Very, very hype about it. And then they completely switched up the Atlas. This is what the Atlas looks like now. Stuff like that. So
Such as, we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back.
petrified amber, corn, blue xanthemum. Why does it show distance? Okay, distance from King's March is this. Why did this? I wonder why they specifically introduced a new Karui port. There was one here. There was one here. I feel like there was a third Karui port that is missing, but maybe not. Because I know Teonui was here, and I know this one was here. I don't remember where it would have been if it existed, but
Ports will now give more rewards for favored resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold. if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you
I guess that's probably why they added a third port. Because by adding a third Karui port, you can get dex tattoos, strength tattoos, dex tattoos, and int tattoos from somewhere. Does that mean we can buy 12 passive, 35% effect, and reroll to minion? That would be correct. We can buy fractured, 35% effect clusters and reroll to minion, and then get whatever the last modifier we're looking for is. If we get, you know, a good base that already has like life and effect, then yeah, we can do that. The only problem is minion clusters are the only ones that can roll attack cast speed, minion attack cast speed, so that would be a modifier you have to get after the fact. So you can use that to get like a cheaper fractured base if the orb is, you know, cheap.
Not to mention the
and new rune graphs that we don't know.
Several new powerful rune graphs for you to get your hands on, such as
We know 2 of them.
Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration.
I feel like this is a rune graph that I will probably end up using on my Wretched Defiler build, simply because we use Arcane Surge to give our Spectres Arcane Surge, and as such, increased life regen is just nice increased life regen. What's new about clusters? There is a new currency from Mirage Delirium that allows you to reroll the implicits, so you can change a cluster jewel from being minion life medium to exerted attacks medium, or you can switch minion 12 passive chaos damage cluster to 12 passive minion cluster, etc. And you can do this on a fractured base that already has a cluster jewel modifier, taking it to a new base essentially. So exerted attacks can take a Warcry node, and you can have that on a minion life node or a minion life cluster now, if you had it fractured.
We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread,
this is the Originator Voidstone. Bosses within Atlas can drop. Wait, so each Voidstone has its own special thing it adds, is what this looks like, because this one says maps have a 25% chance to be either Shaper or Elder influence when opened. Which means all 4 of them have that top modifier changes. So for Decade, it's this. For Originator, you can now drop Astrolabes and exceptional supports. So I wonder what Maven is. And there's Maven, and then there's Exarch Eater. I wonder what theirs will be. I don't think we've seen it anywhere.
Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement.
Oh, and they removed T17s as we know it in quotes. We don't actually know what that fully means or the extent of which they were changed. But I'm so concerned about map sustain. Same. Converting T15 to gold is nuts. It is actually quite wild. Oh, jeez. It is actually quite wild. The one thing I will say is I was already hiding these maps, but like that was early on. But that's later on. Early on, I was not. I most definitely was not. So there's that. What I do think is, because this mod still exists, I suspect the map equity system would still be in effect. Voidstone was 25% for chance for higher tier. Yeah, but they stacked, right? It would be 4 Voidstones would give you Yeah, 25%. So they all would come together to give you the chance to become 1 tier higher. This is just, you are correct. This is 1 tier higher. Oh shit. So when you have all 4, that's 4 tiers higher. What does that mean for the equity effects? Does this mean they're changing that, or does this mean? I am very curious actually how this will interact with map drops, because obviously they're going to reduce the number of maps that drop because of the fact that it's no longer map specific, right? They changed some unique on Reliquary already. They replaced Hawkcrack with Brastone, and they replaced Widow Hill. No, Widow Hill has been changed. Holy. So Brastone is now here, which means max early res and cannot be stunned, right? Am I wrong? No, I know it's max early res. It didn't have life on it. Can be crit. That's the one I was thinking about. I was thinking about the extra effect. Can be kind of taking no extra damage and max early res, but then you also get strength, provides no bonus to life. The max early res is really good though. So, and because it's not a chest piece, you can still gain a lot of life from your gear. Yeah, that is going to be... That's a pretty strong ascendancy, actually. If it still has this and a mid-roll max early res, it will probably still be worth it. Even if it has strength provides no bonus, unless you're strength stacking, it will probably still be worth it. It's so good defensively, yes, but the problem with this armor typically is that it provides no life. Like there's no flat life, and chest is one of the biggest sources of flat life. Now, you don't get the disadvantage aside strength, of course. This is still a disadvantage, but if you're only getting to like 100 strength, it's no big deal. If you're getting to 155, kind of unfortunate, but like still manageable, still within reason, because like all that life you're losing from this on the ascendancy, you can gain by just having life on your chest piece, basically. All right. Then what else was there? Kitava's Thirst, we said. Jack the Axe, Terminus S, Grace of the Goddess. Grace of the Goddess, I don't think I know that one. Warped Timepiece, but Burden of Truth, this or this. What is Blood of Corruption? I feel like I don't know that. I guess it could be Blood of Corruption. Oh, that's where Gluttony of Elements comes from. Okay, then I did know it. I just didn't know it was called Blood of Corruption. Okay. So in theory, for on a minion build, we could go Brass Dome or Victorious Charity, as the case may be. Probably Brass Dome, and then pick up a Mata's Teaching, and then go for a Bloodline Ascendancy for the last one. That would probably be the best case scenario of what we do. Yeah, I think that would be how minion builds approach Reliquarian. But you need to really want the defensive power of like Brass Dome to go for this instead of Necromancer, because Necromancer is just pretty good. Maven's Ward fades as 10 to 50% early, I think. Oh. No Baron. This ascendancy is going to be reworked every single league. Or the uniques here are always going to be switched up league by league. So no Baron for now. Maybe there's going to be Baron in the future. Who knows? But yeah. Haven't you played enough strength stacking? I actually was thinking about trying strength stacking, even without the Baron ascendancy. It's unfortunate that you lose out on 50% of the strengths, But like with the buff to AG or smiting, who knows? Could be still be pretty decent. Honestly, could be pretty decent. Because you still get a bunch of flats, you still get a bunch of. It's probably not going to be better than life stacking, but it could be less annoying than life stacking because you don't have to deal with reserve life jewel. I forget the name right now. Something of the dissolution of flesh. That one.
Over the
40% increased strength is gone to 40% increased strength. How? From where? Is it from the Puppeteer Ascendancy or what?
old awakened support system.
Puppeteer just got 40%? Really? That is insane, actually. God damn. All right. That is insane. Holy. I didn't even know that it got 40% increased strength.
Which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment.
So yeah, this is what's happening to Awakened support gems. They're becoming greater. I think they're called exceptional supports. And in this case, the greater is obviously better than this one by quite a bit.
For a character. But there's existed a
wait, it's max level 3. Oh, that is good to know. It's only 3 levels. But they're all exceptional support gems. So this massively devalues the value of Runegraft of Gemcraft, which says +1 to level of all non-exceptional support gems.
Between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some addition between supports have long been being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character. But there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative.
66. I mean, this is greater multi-strike. I wonder if it's still going to be as expensive as it was last week. Let's compare this to Awakened multi-strike. The max one is, these stay the same, but this has more melee attack speed and less damage. This one has same thing. The new one has a higher more multiplier. Okay.
Serving as an additional late game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build
cooldown recovery support, but it cannot modify minions. This would have been so good. The aversion to giving minions CDR continues.
Choices, even at later levels and deeper.
I wonder what stat could be for Cardigan. I'm thinking trying Totem now. KF, Kinetic Fusillade. For Cardigan's Authority. What do you mean, what stat for Cardigan? Oh, you mean like which of these it takes? I feel like it will have the same downside, but if it doesn't, and it has the upside, and I feel like it will have the same downside. You'll have this nodes. This is my guess, anyways. Good on Absolution, but I think this can replace any gem and only good with new league ad supports currency. What do you mean by what is good on Absolution? The gems or if you're talking about the CDR gem, the main reason CDR support, oh, this would be huge for Spectres. Absolution would like it. This would be huge for Spectres. All those Spectres that have like I forget the name of the one. There was one that came with Tota that might be back this league because of the new hidden zones that had a 12-second CD Giga Lightning Beam that applied like almost 50% shock on Pinnacle bosses. That guy, something, I feel like his name has Tempest or something. I don't fully remember. In any case, this would be a best in slot support gem for that minion if it could support minions, as an example. You're looking at the fire specters that use molten, forgetting what the skill. We'll have new specters in Mirage too. Like, specters have been gated with their strongest abilities behind cooldowns to the point where this would be insane for A, support specters, but B, some DPS specters would love this. And don't forget, we have a bit of cooldown recovery on the tree as well. So if this could have affected minions, it would have been huge, but it doesn't. So if wishes were fishes, you know. Waiting in Dominated's room. I mean, I'd be curious to see the specters he showcases.
Into the end game. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will
150% cost and reservation multi is crazy work, by the way. Can I just say? Holy.
catapult your character even further than before.
Shit is crazy work. Just 50% more
How
cost.
many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are
This is Greater Unleash. This is Immolate. This is Fork. This is Chain. I feel like this is, I forget what this one is. I forget what this one is.
over 40
Faster
new
attacks.
exceptional supports to discover.
Pinpoint support, I think. I'm not fully sure about this one.
That may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges.
Why is this one orange? This one doesn't look familiar. This is Spell Echo. This is Greater Spell Echo, actually. Yeah, so we are getting a Greater Spell Echo. Bone Chill, that makes sense. Yes, that's Bone Chill. So we are getting a Greater Spell Echo gem. I don't know what this is. I don't really know what this is either. I feel like, and I don't know.
For instance, from
This is a support gem that I found very cool. Hex
King of the
Toad.
Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the
Are they considered minions? It triggers Bursting Toad every 1 second. Bursting Toad. A toad leaps towards enemies dealing spell damage. It doesn't have minion attack, so no. It is not This is Giga effectiveness of added damage. So yeah, it's definitely not a minion. Holy, that's a lot of effectiveness of added damage. I wonder if you can speed them up. Because if you can, it might be popular. Oh, these are all exceptional. So these are basically taking the form of Enlighten. So it's going to be the same experience curve, which means getting to level 3 is going to be insane amount of XP. That explains why the Beastcraft is now 500 mil XP. So it's going to be 200 mil to get to level 1. It's going to be 1.2 bill to get to level 3, which is the max. And then if you corrupt that and you win, well, let's just say you're in money now. But yes, level 3 max, not level 5.
and then explode, dealing chaos damage.
Oh no. Can you imagine this amount of XP needed and it can go 20 levels?
We have the Void Storm support. which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch.
22% of reserve max
More
mana.
for you to discover. Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles.
The opposite to Archmage? Pretty much. Archmage wants you to have it on reserved. This one wants you to reserve it. So this would be more plug and play to most builds. So it will probably create, if in the mana stacking universe, it will probably lean players closer to that one versus Archmage, because that one allows you to use auras.
If randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls and Hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with Hive encounters quicker when
No buff to any dot build and totem, I think. For non-minions, they did release that new axe that is probably a buff to the two-handed axe that's probably a buff to some ignite builds. It basically read like Fulcrum but better. The ignite axe, and then there was obviously the poison variant. I don't know about the poison variant, but the ignite one seems like it's Fulcrum but better, and it's a dot build. And then Binos now got buffed, basically doubled its poison prolif range and stuff like that. So kind of cool.
do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block Hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas Notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or Hive Fortress.
This is going to be such an expensive scarab, I feel, if Breach ends up being strong. But because they nerfed more tier ratings in Breach and King's March and all these other sources, yeah, I kind of suspect, it's a suspicion, that people might not be lighting it to Breach. But Breach is going to be the solo source for Foulborn Unique, so it will have some insane jackpots. Can you go back and compare the tree we have now with what's changed then? You mean this? Like the Breach? What is this? This is sulfite. This has always been sulfite. Or do you mean like rebalance Genesis tree passive? True. Oh, the tree. Okay.
Speaking of Atlas Tree in a single,
I think the only thing they changed.
access to the. So now,
The only thing they changed is they removed womb gifts from being able to make grafts. Grafts no longer exists. This is slightly different. Before you could go around and then link. Now it links here. So they changed something here. here, this looks very similar to what we had before. This is very similar. 1, 2, 3. This is also very similar. Yeah, this side is also very similar, and this is the exact same too, except now they removed the one for, you know, womb gifts. Less points for tree. They said there's less points. Because I know there's no progression this time. If there's less points, ugh. Yeah, that will hurt. Because like we already couldn't get it. Generally reduce the total number of points you can earn in each Genesis tree subtree. Okay, that is a change for sure. That is most definitely a change. So that means you're going to be more hard pressed to get Farborn items, and it's very likely that womb gifts are going to be rarer because Graft Blood no longer exists. So because Graft Blood no longer exists, I suspect they're going to balance it around womb gift drop rates, because once you have it, you can turn it in. So that just means, yeah. Graft Blood is still used. Is it? It is? Really? Graft Blood has been renamed to Hive Blood. Hive Blood no longer requires grafts to store and now has a max of 100k. Hive Blood is shared across all characters within a league. Jesus. Okay. So you do need to... Okay, so that means they don't necessarily need to overly balance the drop rates on womb gifts. Let me search womb gifts. You can no longer grow weapons or quiver items on the Genesis tree. So this is also a decent change for builds that needed, you know, womb gifts or needed weapons. So it's just something to note. They didn't say anything about reducing the drop rates on womb gifts. So I think Hive Blood might literally just be the gatekeeper. I think Hive Blood is probably the gatekeeper here then, is what that means. You have enough womb gifts, but Hive Blood will be... Okay.
Each wanes by finding Ayla. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress.
This is going to be the scarab you use when you're trying to just giga shit out Hive Blood, by the way. Shit, no fracture weapon with minion damage. I mean, we already weren't getting a lot of minion damage fractures because you couldn't specify minion items. So you just have to rely on somebody getting it randomly and selling it. So we don't lose too much. We really don't lose too much.
Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer...
I'm curious what it would take to perma just click Enrage a Hive to wave 24 and win. Probably a shit ton of DPS
But we've
and
moved several of the
I assume
graph skills
DR
to
as
new
well.
Exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do.
Here's something to note about the Highborn supports. It specifies cover enemies in frost on hit. These guys previously were a source of brittle. Not anymore, I think. It's possible that innately to the minion they might have brittle scaling, but since they apply cover in frost, it is very unlikely. But that being said, we never had a good source of cover enemies in frost anyways, so it's still a decent support for cold minions specifically, because frost reduces crit damage, crit chance for the enemy, and it increases the cold damage they take. So for cold minion builds, this will be decent, but it's not, but it, asides that, probably not a no-go. And this also doesn't fit well on trigger ones because, well, trigger ones were 3 sockets. You need all 3 sockets. You need desecrates, you need offering, and you need the offering. So more power to Frostbearers. Yep. Now Frostbearers will likely use their offering in an Arcanist brand setup rather than a trigger one setup, most likely, unless you're going for bone offering, in which case they can put you on their trigger anyways. They can put only the offering there, and then they can put corpses. They can put desecrate in their Arcanist brand setup, so single target there will always be corpses there to use. Yeah, they can do that actually. You can put specifically offering in your trigger wand, and then have an Arcanist brand setup with desecrates, curse, and your offering you would of course have this support gem as well. But it would have offering, it would have desecrates, it would have curse, and whatever else you want to be triggered, and you go with that. It could even be a 2-socket desecrates, curse, or 3-socket if it has desecrate and curse. We are in this brand. So while you're map clearing, you have bone offering triggering as it usually would. But on single target, your Arcanist brand is the source of your corpses that would then get triggered by your trigger wand. So that's probably how this would end up merging into minion builds. That being said, that is -1 socket on an archetype that already wanted so many sockets. So like, it would definitely be quite decide to see them fitting it into cold minion build, because yeah, we are definitely gonna need onset rings at some point.
When you use a supported offering skill.
Like the further into PoE we go, the more onset ring minion builds become mandatory, because there's so many gems we need. Only Spectre Dark Monarch. Only good cold minion now is full Spectre Hydra, but it's negative this one. Even Hydra took a nerf because Hydra was already phase converted to cold, so it's going to see a damage loss from the patch notes. It's probably going to be okay. Probably nothing to write home about though.
And
that is a big nerf to,
which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements.
Supported skills cast 2 additional brands, trigger foul grasp when they are recalled. So this allows you to get 2 extra brands.
We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new...
And in case you guys missed it, while the Mirage only copies a section of your map and the mechanics in that section of the map to potentially give you a second encounter for certain league mechanics, there is apparently a rare outcome. I don't know how well they described it. It had to do with killing bosses or something, but killing the Mirage boss or something. But there is apparently a rare outcome that allows your entire map to be miraged. Actually, no, I remember now. What they said was killing the map boss in a Mirage zone, if the map boss spawns in a Mirage zone, has a chance to drop a miraged map. This miraged map will basically be guaranteed to have a full map mirage. So basically you get to your entire map gets duplicated essentially. So you run that and then you run the Mirage, which also have the same mechanics in it. So that is going to be a very, very expensive map, I think. It's going to be very, very expensive. Be a giga drop.
Ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies.
Yeah, this quality of life is huge. Lord knows I needed this.
Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data. A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open.
That reminds me, I need to go and tweak my standard stash tabs, I think. I need to do that. Potentially.
Now, when trading in a full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space to do so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive. The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item.
These are all quality of life things we knew before
you can now tell exactly which
the reveal
can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals.
And there's now a ritual scarab that allows you to see more ritual itemized corpses. So there's actually now target farming for ritual corpses.
Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine surrounded by enemies?
Way better than it was last season, though.
Extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms.
That looked like a strong box, by the way.
Useful stuff.
It looks like a strong box is there with the glow.
And unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress through.
Meanwhile, this is Act 8, the first zone into Sarn, where there's a giant wall. I think this is where this is.
Side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout.
This is obviously Arakali, so Act 7.
Want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one.
It could also be Weaver, to be fair.
Central Island in the Karuri Fort.
This is the War Caller. This is I remember this one. She wasn't that great. I forget her name though. She was Ice, if I remember correctly.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new.
And then these are the supporter packs. So nothing insane from this point on. So we can stop there. But yeah, so much to unpack from this reveal. Like they fucking cooked on this. Holy. From the Mirage mechanic and how it changes our interaction with the league, to all the changes they made to Scarabs, to the Atlas. There's going to be so much. I'm actually very curious how rare exceptional support gems are going to be, and like how jackpot they're going to be when you drop them, because this will, without a doubt, add a lot more boss farming into the meta, if you will, because according to the astrolabe we saw, it is all bosses, right? Was it? Where is it? Here? No, this is not the astrolabe. Oh, look, Eldritch Voidstone. Eldritch Altars have a 25% chance to have an additional upside and downside from the other Eldritch Influence type. So they have a 25% to have an additional upside and downside from the other. So if you're doing Eta, you have a 25% to get an upside from Exarch, i.e. Chaos Orb. Oh, that is interesting, actually. You still have to make the decision of, do you want Eta, which has the higher chance to drop more altars, or Exarch, which has increased upside and downside, increased effects of the upside and downsides. And then which one do you want to yoink from? That's actually cool. Then who is the last one? Maven. We haven't seen Maven, I don't think.
Stones now adding drop except T7.
There we go.
We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps, as you know it, have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses.
Like, this is still Abomination.
The
But
most annoying modifier target farm.
This is still A-bomb, right? This is what the final arena looks like. Because this is the A-bomb boss. However, maybe they are not in Abomination as a map, or maybe they are, I don't know. Either way, I would hope Reg Defilers can be found here. You can still get their fragments and everything, and they are more than just a boss fight, as we see from the Nightmare maps. They are more than just a waystone, or more than just a boss fight. So, like I said, I'm like 80% sure Reg Defilers are still going to be in the new league. Like 80 to 85% sure. But we can't be 100% sure. That being said, I will be updating my Reg Defiler guide because it just makes sense to. Now let's find, I think we've already seen what I wanted to, actually we haven't. They haven't showcased the astrolabes. Not astrolabe, this guy.
Cover.
It doesn't say the chance, but bosses within the Atlas, so it doesn't have to, it's just bosses. So any of the bosses, Maven, Exarch, Eta. So yeah, boss rushing or bossing in general will be way more profitable this league. I feel like this is a nerf to Maven farming specifically though, because Maven farming specifically, she no longer has Awakening Gems to drop. So, and I don't think you can, you should still be able to Maven witness fights, but maybe you can't anymore. I don't fully know. I think you should still be able to, because on the Atlas, there were 3 big icons, and I think Maven was one of them. Here, Maven. So I think you still can, and the other was like Exarch and Eta. So you should still be able to. But yeah, there is a lot to unpack here. but I am looking forward to it. All right, guys, we're going to be ending stream here. There was that was a banger of a review. What are my plans for stream going forward? I have a lot of POBing to do. Well, I know I can POB-ish Reg Defilers because not too much should change. If anything, we gain damage because they're going to be a bit higher in the way of like minion levels. But I am going to be playing around with Dumb Blow. Maybe we'll end up POBing some Dumb Blow setups because it just makes sense. I will POB a Dumb Blow setup. I don't know if it's going to be Guardian or if it's going to be Nightmare or if it's going to be Necromancer rather, but I will POB a Dumb Blow setup, whichever one I think makes more sense. I think Necromancer is still Giga because of Leech, even with the changes to Guardian, simply because of the concerns I raised before, which is the Hallowed Flame. It's kind of awkward. How on earth do you make sure they have perma uptime and all of that? You know, you can't really make sure they have perma uptime as it stands because you're only applying 2 per enemy and you have like 17 Dumb Blow minions by itself on Dumb Blow alone. So I think Necromancer still beats Guardian in that regard. But that being said, I do want to play around with that Hallowed Flame a bit more, or at least with the idea of it. And I do have a Chaos Golem of Maelstrom POB to set up to the best of my abilities, of course. Now that we know they are not going to be exception at Awakened Gems, we kind of have to go back to the drawing board, and there's a lot we don't know in terms of support gemming and damage potential. So we have to be kind of careful with POBing just so we don't lead ourselves into a tight spot because they remove an Awakened Gem that I thought was still there or whatever else. I'm really looking forward to teaser season, which should be hopefully frequent, like every single day, please. I know they said they're going to be teasing some of the gems and some of these other things over the course of like this next week up until launch. So we'll see. Oh, but the league is definitely gonna pop off. Definitely. All right, guys. I will be back. What is my actual plan for streaming then? With all the POBing I need to do, I think I'll be back on Monday. I think Monday is when I will be back. Before then, I will POB. Actually, Saturday is a good POB day. So I will keep you guys updated on Discord what I decide, but odds are I want to POB Reg Defilers, and I might do that on Saturday. Then I'll make the updated video on Sunday, and then we'll play around with like different POBs come Tuesday. I think that's going to be my schedule. I'm going to skip Monday. Tuesday we'll POB some off meta setups, maybe Wednesday even, depending on how many different build ideas I come up with before then that I kind of want to play around with. I know I want to play around with Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom, and I know I want to play around with Dumb Blow. These two are definitely stuff I'm going to look into, and I might have to look at updating the Soul Rests Summon Phantasm guide as well. So that's something else I need to look into potentially. Not committing on that yet because I made it for last league, and I don't think I plan on playing it anymore. So because I played the shit out of it during free share. So I have my own problem here. But anyways, so I think that is what we're going to do. We're going to be live on Saturday. We'll POB Reg Defilers, update everything, and then we'll be live on Wednesday to update some of the others or do whatever else and continue from there anyways. But anyways, guys, I'm gonna see you on Saturday. Have a good rest of your nights. Appreciate y'all for stopping by. Hope you all as excited for the new league as I am. But till Saturday, you have a good night.